Actually, I want to start this over. What's going on, guys? What's going on? Just getting everything settled in. Okay. I apologize, guys. Give me a. Clover. Let me check this Twitter. Somebody was asking. What is going on with Artery Gear? So when we go into the game, yeah, 3 a.m. on June 14th. So yeah, so it should be dropping. So. All right, so let's look at these characters. So this character here is ranked B for whatever reason. So strike and split launches a surprise attack on the target, causing 70.5% damage to a single enemy target and has a 35% chance of causing burn to the target. Lasts for 2 rounds. So it depends on what burn does. Burn might not be that good in this game. Double-edged slash. Force swings a dual sword attack, causing 66.8% damage to all enemy targets. When fewer than 4 targets are attacked, the damage is increased by 30% for each reduced enemy. If double edged slash kills the target, advance own action by 30%. And then overclocked fox. 4 enters overclocked mode, causing 114% damage to all enemy targets. For every 1% of the target's health loss, the damage increases by 0.3%. Then gains attack buff for 2 rounds. Whenever an enemy target dies on the field, reduce the cooldown of overclocked fox by 1 round. Oh, and it's only 4 targets. This doesn't seem too bad, honestly. But I'm guessing there's, if she's like terrible, then I'm guessing there's units that are just like better. Like of course, but like just outright. Oh, she looks sick. Let's see what Discord's saying. Yeah, basically going over characters. So, all right. So Acacia, okay, Acacia. So she's a B in PVE. They're saying an A in PvP. So her ability Heavy Spear inflicts damage equal to 100% attack power, plus 4% of her own max health to a single target. There's a 20% chance to cause stun for 1 round. Okay. So she she has to do, so you're gonna have to put a lot of max health onto her. Oh yeah, man. I'm using a different streaming software because the one I had before, it was more so complicated to exclude all of the music. And I kept getting flagged. So I believe since I'm using Twitch's software, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So here's hoping. Resolute Shield passive. Akachi's max health is increased by 10% and takes 8% of damage allies would be dealt. She doesn't seem bad for just starting out for this right here. You get some mitigation. Inflicts 84.8% damage to all enemy targets with a 35% chance of causing blind for 2 turns. Okay, so this is what it's maxed. Oh, wait. So enhanced version, basic. Oh, okay. Give all allies defense buff for 1 round and herself invincible for 1 round. That doesn't seem bad, but I don't know what blind does. We have to look at all the we'll have to look at all the effects to see what they do. A stun is obvious, but I don't know what blind is, nor burn. All right, Alice. Alice is double S in both categories of PvE and PvP. So let's see what she does. Inflicts 84.8% damage to a single enemy target and advances 1 random ally's action bar by 15%. So those are pretty much always good, honestly, if you can push people up, because you're allowing people to honestly attack more often. So her second ability, or S2, raise the wand high to make a single ally target other than yourself gain an extra turn and attack buff for 2 rounds and advance your own action bar by 20%. So this is somebody who has action bar manipulation. This is what was strong in Dislight as well. It's also strong in Epic 7. It's strong in most games. If you can make other people act again, and then you also push yourself up and you give a buff, yeah, I can see why this person's really strong. And then the S3, inflict 84.8% damage to all enemy targets and have a 75% chance to cause slow to all targets for 2 rounds. That's a pretty high chance. So now you're slowing down. So you're pushing people up and slowing them down with your ult. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Yeah, just give me a sec here. Gotta text my girl. All right, so next character. Andy. She is a C, 3-star. So let's see. What does she do? She looks like she's a tank. All right, so shells an enemy target, causing damage equal to 127% attack, plus 5.3% on max health to a single enemy target, with a 50% chance of causing provoke for 2 rounds. So she does have a taunt, which, I mean, I'm glad that they have taunts in this game. Typically, last few games I've been playing, like just like everything, they haven't had taunts, and it's really hard to. No, they recently got taunts. There's only a couple of characters that have taunts. I like that, but it's really hard to have a tank if you can't taunt most of the enemies, right? So her S2, which is her passive, Andy's defense is increased by 10%. At the end of your turn, you gain 1 safeguard, which only takes effect from enemies with the highest attack. We don't know what safeguard does yet. It might prevent you from taking debuffs, I'm guessing, because there's already a defense up and stuff, so we'll have to see what safeguard is. On her S3, cleanses herself and gains a barrier equal to 25.8% max health and gains resistance for 3 rounds. If you're just starting out, this doesn't seem like the worst tank, but of course people are going to reroll. But like, if you're, I guess, working with a basic tank, this is a basic tank. She gives barrier to herself based off her max health. She gains resistance, which I'm guessing resistance is what's cleaning her from getting debuffed. So I got to figure out what safeguard is, and then she can provoke. Like, she does the basic functions of an actual tank. All right, Angelica. She is a C and a B, but she looks sick. It sucks. All right, weak point shot. Inflicts 106% of the attack damage to a single enemy target with a 75% chance to dispel 1 buff off the target. Okay, that's a pretty high chance, so you can debuff somebody. Yo, what's going on, Maple? How's it going? Just going over like a lot of the characters and stuff. Just seeing what they're like. Just going from alphabetical order, seeing what the wiki has for them. So on her S2, it's 3 cooldowns as an active. Inflicts 143% damage to a single enemy target. When the target's health is more than half, it will cause defense down for 2 rounds. When the target's health is less than half, repel 40% of the target's action bar. Well, that kind of sucks. So like, well, I mean, not really. So like, if they're above 50%, you can put defense down to make you do more damage. If they're less than, then you can push them back. A pretty significant pushback. I don't know why she's a C or a B though. I mean, she has it. She can take a buff off. I mean, she's probably, the thing is, I'm guessing the characters who are SS, as we saw earlier, must be crazy for some of these characters. Most of everybody's had a debuff of some sort. Change the energy flow of the battlefield. Boost 15% of all allies' action bars and repel all enemy action bars. How is that a C or a B? She buffs up everybody by 15% and pushes them back by 15%. That seems decent to me. I don't know. There must be some crazy like units out here. Yo, she looks sick. So this is Benny, the Joker Knight. She's a B in PvE apparently and an A in PvP. So Thunder Prison, 100% chance at skill 4. Yeah, it might be that. It's just like, it seemed decent. All right, so she is a 5-star. So inflicts 106% damage to the enemy target and has a 70% chance of dispelling one of the target's buffs. So again, we have another dispel at 70%. That might be what they all are. They might dispel at 70%. After the attack, there's a 50% chance of using Dual Frenzy, which is her passive, for 1 follow-up attack. That doesn't seem too bad. And then, like you said, 100% dispel. Don't have the attributes. I don't see right now. Oh! We aren't even going over the attributes. Hold on. Before we get too far. Oh. Wait. Okay. Let's start over. All right, let's start over. So I already went over Ford's abilities. Attributes kind of change things. So we get to see what they're kind of like. So look at the speed. This game I've heard is like Epic 7. So speed is king. So 102 speed, we see is his first character, and this is a character who is at a B rating. So looking at these values, a B rating, of course, is like average, right? So if you imprint her, you get extra attack. There's unique equipment in here, and they don't have it. They say her pros is self attack buff. Each kill, her S3 goes down, but she has low base speed. Initial S3 doesn't gain attack buff, tends to break her mechanical. Oh, what? I don't know what that is. So they give you gear as well. Oh, this site's pretty good. It gives you gear that you want. Seems like people are putting crit chance, crit damage, speed on her. And it seems like this game is going to be where speed is king. I can already see that. Because we're looking at somebody who was 102. Tanks are going to be a bit lower. And she's bad because she has a low stun chance. So 20% chance to stun, that is pretty low. But she does offer a lot. Acacia, she has gives all allies defense buff, gives herself invincibility. She does the blind. She can she just raises her max HP by 10%. I'm not counting these extra values on the skill points. I mean, they are really good. The fact that you can give yourself an extra 20% buff and everything. Soul Tide. So yeah, you can also, so in Epic 7 they also had that too, right? So for instance, like there's certain tanks that give invincibility, or there's certain support characters that gave invincibility. You would have them fast. You would have them push. You would have them basically push like faster than everybody else, and then you would have your DPS pretty much follow up, or you would have your debuffer be fast or debuff the rest of the enemy team, and then everybody follows up after that. That's typically where that's with the action bar that they have. That's typically where you can test that out. Is where you want your characters to align on the action bar in the order that you want them to go, for you to be able to do those actions you want. Just like you said in Soul Tide, like that. Like in Soul Tide, it's like strictly PvE, right? So it's a little bit easier to gauge your speed and control things, and that's how it is. In PvP, it's to where you basically want them to be fast enough to where like you can protect yourself from someone else's like debuff or anything like that. But for this game, it seems like it's going to be the same thing. You want certain characters to go. That way they can do the debuffs, do everything, and you can just follow up with that, So, so this character here was an SS. And I'm guessing it's because, yeah, she can allow people to go twice. Yeah, this is the character that can push somebody up on their action bar, gives you an extra turn, advances her own action bar, and then slows enemy targets. But they said her downside is she gets power crept and countered in PvP later on. That's not much of a downside because like when you start out, no one's going to really know like here on this until they start to figure out the meta. So I don't see that as like the worst thing. Angelica with this gigantic spear, what are they saying about her? Loses out to Timmy in PvP. Okay, so that's not a big con. Her pro is that she has 100% dispel on S1 when upgraded, like you pointed out, Maple. And then an action bar manipulation, which is really strong. Like I was saying, that's the same thing at Dislight because you have here, you can push enemies back 15% and you can push yourself up 15%. Hopefully you can manipulate bosses and other enemies as well. She's a 4-star. Not much investment. Yeah. I mean, in some games, the 4 stars, though, like, in some games, 4 stars, like in Epic 7, 4 stars are a lot easier to upgrade. Especially especially when you're looking at imprints. Like for her, hers is when you imprint her, she gets hit percent, which, wow, this game is just like Epic 7, which is helpful, I guess, for your defense down, your repel. I'm not sure if action bar manipulation has to deal with like actually having a hit chance. said Alice. Oh, she is a 4-star. I didn't even see that. That is pretty good. You don't have to invest that much. This one seems decent though too. That she has that manipulation. All right, so let's go to Benny. I was already talking about Benny. All right, so Benny was decent because no, Denny. So Benny had the chance to proc her passive, and we were just finishing that up. So she inflicted 106% damage on enemy targets, 70% chance of dispelling one target. After the attack, she has a chance to proc her dual frenzy, and then she also has a 100% chance of dispelling a target's debuff as well. So her passive, the chance of a dual attack is increased by 7%. Okay, that's pretty cool. When follow up supporting attacks and counterattacks, use Dual Frenzy to attack. Dual Frenzy removes 2 buffs from the target and causes 127% damage to a single target. When the target has no buffs, the damage is increased by 15%. So her whole thing is just debuffing a target, making sure they stay debuffed, and then following up and doing more damage. So she's good for countering people who buff up a lot in PvP. I'm guessing that's why they didn't like it in PvE, because not many enemies buff themselves in PvE, right? Which makes sense. Not many bosses do that. It'd be very niche. And then her S3 inflicts 127% attack damage to all enemies, removes 2 buffs from the target, and all allies gain attack buff for 2 rounds. That's not bad. So she keeps your team. Not having to deal with like a bunch of buffs from enemies. The fact that she has an AoE debuff, she has literally 2 other abilities that clear, not debuff, but she's a cleanser basically. She can remove buffs from the target AoE wise, and then her S1 can do it, and her S2 can also do it. So she's just basically your cleanser. She has so far the highest speed that we have seen, and she is a 5-star. So that might be basic. They give her a crit chance on her imprint, which is interesting. So you're going to be building her pretty tanky, not tanky, but pretty DPS focused. I'm guessing with these values, since she gets the extra increase on her attack, and then she does have unique equipment. So that's going to be something, I guess, for later on, and it gives crit damage. Yeah, so she's going all into damage. So this bonus skill effect, after 3 ally rounds, gain 100% dual attack chance. What? That seems, except for self. Yeah. Allies gain 100% dual attack chance. So then that means they allow her to do her passive. After the dual attack, clear dual attack chance. This effect happens regardless if a dual attack happens in between the 3 rounds. Can't be stacked. When using dual frenzy for a follow-up, supporting your counterattack, increase damage by 20%. So this makes her passive basically have 100% chance after 3 ally rounds, and then it does 20% more damage. And they say that she really needs her UE to shine, because it's allowing her to go from that 7% to a 100% chance on it. But yeah. And then she has, like they said, multiple avenues of proccing out of turn attacks. And their gear recommendation for her seems like to be Bruiser Gang, actually, instead of straight DPS, because she can counter. She has a counter set and the counter hit set. And I'm guessing they're wanting counter set because when you counter with her, you can... actually, that might actually be really, really strong. Because when you counter with her, you can... Whoever attacks you, you can cleanse their buff. And then you have a chance to proc your dual frenzy and follow up and possibly kill them. So this is somebody who's going to be part of the Bruiser Gang, it seems, which is pretty cool. I always like people who do counter sets. Counter sets, honestly, make people kind of get upset in like PvP situations, because it's just extra free damage, honestly. All right, so Blue. Blue is a 3-star. She has a C rating in PvE, a D rating in PvP. So Blue jumps and slashes the enemy, causing 106% damage to a single enemy target, with a 50% chance of causing defense down last for 1 round. Oh, it's pretty low. And then the defense down chance can go up to 75% chance. Okay, I guess all right. It's a 3-star. All right, so she has a passive. Axe Cat Aid. Increase the chance of dual attacks by 5%. When launching a dual attack, the chance of Axe Cat slash causing defense down is increased by 25%. So basically, whenever she does a dual attack, it's allowing her, if you max out the skills, right, you can get up to 10% chance of dual attack. You can get 100% defense down on her S1. Okay, I can see why she's not that great for PvP, though. Blue launches a fierce attack, causing 190% damage to a single enemy target with a 75% chance to cause slow. So she is a single target user. She has a chance to do a defense down. If you're starting out, I can see why they put her at a C, because it gives you defense down. And she's a 3-star. She has decent speed from what I've seen. She gets crit chance on her imprints. Of course, she doesn't have unique equipment. And then people are just putting speed hit on her because she has her defense down and slow. So pretty basic unit that can just do defense down, slows enemy target, but mainly for a single target situation. All right, so Caroline. Caroline is a 3-star. She's a B rating in everything that we have out for us. So her S1 inflicts 84% damage to a single enemy target. If a critical strike is triggered, the countdown of all your own skills will be reduced by 1 round. That sounds like a counter set user. If you crit with your basic attack, you can reduce your skills by 1 round. That is, yeah, that's straight up. That's straight up counter set. So hacking ray, Caroline emits cathode electron rays, causing 130.9% damage to a single enemy target. There is a 50% chance of using a light splitter, her basic, when a critical strike occurs. Jeez. So you use this ability, and if you crit, then you can get the basic attack off, and then reduce the cooldown. And then you can up the follow-up chance to 75%, and then you can lower this cooldown to 3 turns. So then, I mean, it's pretty nice. She can just lower her own cooldowns. Carolina released, so on her ult, her S3, controlling the limits. This is on a 6-turn cooldown. Caroline releases electricity charge ions across the formation, reducing the cooldown of all skills for 3 rounds for an ally except herself, and granting herself an extra turn. And then she can lower this to 4 turns. Oh wow, that's interesting. That's a B? It might be, I guess it's super niche. I mean, like, so your S3, you can lower someone's cooldowns. You can lower all skill cooldowns for an ally by 3 rounds. You give yourself an extra turn to do your basic attack to reduce your cooldowns. You can already reduce this down to 4 turns. I mean, it seems like she can get a good cycle of her abilities, but she might be difficult to gear because you have to do like a counter set, and you got to do crit on her as well. She has 118 speed, the fastest we've seen. Her imprints are only HP, which kind of sucks. Would have liked if it was crit chance, but maybe they have HP because they want you to build her a little tanky. So they're saying she's a rather unique unit. Her S3 allows you to lower all the skills of one teammate by a whopping 3 rounds. This is huge for DPS characters, yeah. S1 crit fishing lowers her skill cooldowns, and she's more on the squishy side. That's the problem. That's what I was thinking. She's probably really, really squishy, and they have her on speed immunity because she's already fast. But like, I mean, like if you got some really good speed on her, I feel like you could do something else. I don't know. It depends on the gear you get though. Yeah, this is a song right here. Sorry. All right, so Kathy, B and a C. Yo, she looks sick. I like these claws are ridiculous. All right, and she is a 4-star. All right, so Kathy uses her giant claws to attack the enemy, causing 95.4% damage to a single enemy target. There is a 50% chance to cause shock to the target for 2 rounds. If the target already has shock, it will cause shock for 2 rounds. I don't know what shock does yet. This doesn't have a link to show me what shock is, so I'll have to look at that in game. She has 117% speed. That's I don't know if that's a lot, but it seems a lot of the enemies we've seen. It inflicts 148% damage to a single enemy target, dispels 1 buff from the target, and ignores hit status to cause 2 to 4 shock to the target for 2 rounds. At the same time, there's a 5% chance of using unavoidable as a follow-up attack. And unavoidable is her S3, which Kathy exerts her full strength, inflicting 152% damage to a single enemy target, prolongs all debuffs on the target for 1 round, and then detonates a target's shock debuffs. Okay, so shock is something that stacks up. That reminds me of like Lily with the electrocute, like where you can just like detonate it. But okay, I don't know. Like, I mean, you prolong the debuffs, which like could be good for like cycling like stuff, but I don't know. I don't know what shock does. I don't know how good it is. All right, procs a lot of shock. Pretty good damage percentages. S2 can dispel, can push Genghis S3 to the moon. All right, so you have a good one, man. All right, so Rakan's S2 follow-up chance is practically null. Yeah, with what is that? That 5% chance. Yeah, better not using S2 to detonate any shock. S2 is a random amount between 2 to 4. Okay, so it's the probability stuff that is what makes it really bad. And shock must not be as amazing. We got like 18 minutes till this game goes live, so this is pretty exciting. All right, Cerulean, she is a C CEO. I like that bow though. She's a 4-star. So Cerulean demonstrates superb shooting skills, causing 85.9% damage to a single enemy target. When the target has slow, own buffs are extended for 1 round. So she goes up to a just attack on that, and then she can do slow, and then she extends her buffs. On her S2, Cerulean fires on a single target continuously, causing 132.5% damage, repelling target's action bar by 30%, and has a 75% chance of causing slow for 2 rounds. Okay, so she does a lot of slow buffs. She can push them back, so it seems decent for like a basic unit. Cerulean leaps into the air on her S3, causing 94.6% damage to all enemy targets, giving all allies speed boosts, and at the same time pushing her own action bar to 40%. And then I'm guessing after you push your bar, you could probably use your S2 to push back another enemy and cause slow, while you're also buffing up everybody. And then she has attack. 121 speed. This is now the fastest that we've seen so far. We're going to have to look and see who is the actual fastest. It's 121. Compared to some units having like 96 and 102. Seems really fast. She has a full team speed buff, action bar manipulation. There are cons as her S3 damage is low, S2 is a single target, S1 requires the target to have slow, not just an enemy. Okay. And she's best on the speed. I gotta see, like, let's see what the best... Oh, okay, so we can see what the fastest is. Okay, so the fastest is 127. So this is around Epic 7, like, speeds. Where, like... So now I can see, like... I can kind of see what's, like, really the best out here. Because speed... Because now you can kind of see, like, some of these speed units. And even though some of these are up at the top, they're not all the best, but most of them probably, like, really good. So let's see who we're supposed to go for. So, obviously, Alice, when she was a double S, she's somebody you want to go for. She has the manipulation of the action bar, and she's good in both. So it seems like there's only 2 units up here that are double S, and it's Sirius and Alice. So let's see what they do so you can see who we're looking for. So Alice, she inflicts 135.9% damage to a single enemy target and increases damage by 0.075% per 1 point of speed. When you have a speed buff, it will cause a defense down to the target for 2 rounds. Okay, so you put speed set on her to make her stronger. There's a unit like that in Sirius top tier. Let's see. So it seems like you put a bunch of speed on her. Keeps speed buff. You want to keep speed buff on her to get the defense down. Inflicts 163.1% damage to a single enemy target. Increases damage by having speed. If you trigger a critical strike, you get an extra turn. Wow. Okay. And that's on a 3-turn cooldown. Wow, her cooldowns are low. Interesting. Inflicts 220% damage to a single enemy target and increases damage by 0.2% per 1 point of speed. At the same time, this attack will be judged based on the attributes of restraining the target. When you kill the target, extend all your buffs for 1 round, which extends your speed buff. Okay. Hey, like I'm looking at her cooldowns and this can be reduced by 1 turn. And this is the enhanced version of it. Yeah, this is an enhanced version. So she can basically okay. So it seems like the what you want to do with her is you S2 and then you get an extra turn if you crit strike, and then you can do then you do the S1 to get the defense down, and then you do the S3 to because like you have the speed buff for 2 rounds, right? So you S2 to get the speed buff, crit strike, hit the S1 to put the defense down, and then you do the S3 to extend the buff, which would give you another turn to then S2. It seems what it looks like because that'd be you do this, you do that, you have 1 turn left, and then while you still have the speed buff, this would be your last turn with it. You extend the buff 1 extra round to have it when you S2 to get the extra damage, and then you refresh it. Yeah, like it's such an easy loop. It is such an easy loop. S2, S1, S3, and rinse and repeat if you max out her abilities. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Like, yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. And she's 127 speed, so she's very, very fast. Wow. She doesn't have unique equipment right now. Yeah, exactly. Like you just want to put crit on her. So what's her cons? No inherent survivability skills, squishy and very gear dependent. Yeah, I can see. Oh, here it is. Wait, so they're saying Serious Alongside has been an SS tier since launch of the game. Her kit synergy so well that you can open S2, S3, S1, giving herself speed buff, extra turn S2, to Owen's advantage in S3. Wait, elemental disadvantages. It isn't. Is that what this part means? This attack will be judged based on the attributes. But why would you want to S2, S3, then S1? Because to me, I would want the defense down before I did the. Yeah, I guess must be because I'm thinking. I guess if you're wanting to cycle it the best, I would want the extra damage though. Yo, what's going on, J Mood? How's it going? Yeah, I mean honestly, as long as you start with the S2, there's not too many wrong ways you can go. You can still S2 right into the S3 to finish somebody off. It's with these low cooldowns. Yeah, top tier turn cycles and buffs and debuffs. And she's still good in the CN server right now. Gear recommendation: speed attack, crit damage plus crit action. Despite being a speed scaling unit, your max damage is usually a crit damage or attack set one, though having speed set makes her extremely versatile. And then you want your substats to be speed, attack, crit damage, and crit. Okay. Oh, it's been good. We're just basically waiting, Jay, for the there's this game coming out, Artery Gear. We're just waiting for it to come out, so we're just looking at some of the characters right now. So, but yeah, I am not in the. I'm not looking forward to when I have to start studying before I get back to school in August. I've been counting it down. It's coming closer. It's literally like 2 months away, and it's yeah. I'm not looking forward to it. It's been 9 years or 10 since I've been in school. Yeah, I said I didn't want to re-roll, but she seems sick. It seems like it seems like if I don't have Sirius and Alice, I wouldn't be able to play the game because Alice has where you can push, you can give an ally an extra turn. Like, seems pretty good. All right, so Ginga, she's an SS in PvE, a C in PvP. All right, so what does she do? 106% chance, 106% damage on a single enemy target with a 35% chance of causing 2 shock for 2 rounds. And then you can up this chance to 50%. That's one. Ginga cooperates with her Shikigami to attack the target, causing 132.5% damage to the single enemy target, and an 85% chance of causing shock for 2 rounds. If the target has shock after the attack, Blooming Silver Moon will be used additionally. When additional attack is added, the chance of triggering shock is increased to 100%. This seems like the shock. I wonder if the shock is like Lily. So basically, you want the shock to happen, and you get a 100% chance when you up this ability, and then she uses the S1, and she has a chance to get extra shock, and then you trigger the shock on the S2. Then Ginga cooperates with her Shikigami to perform a powerful attack, causing 180% damage to a single enemy target. Each debuff on the target will increase the damage by 20%. Jeez. And you can lower this to 4 turns. So she just does a lot of damage. I don't know what shock is, though. I'm going to have to look and see what that is. She has 115 speed, which seems pretty decent. A beast in early to mid game phase, Ginga is the best in slot unit for the Centaur boss, where you will spend 90% of your stamina. Oh, okay, good to know. She offers one of the highest single target damage outputs on launch and is the target for the infinite reroll ticket. Oh, okay. Having Ginga allows you to progress faster. Although she does fall off, when you're in the late game, you'll always find a time and place to use her in PvE. Just don't bring her to the arena for PvP. So she falls off in 2 to 3 months. I definitely felt that. Just start another course today, but you got it. Yo, thank you. I appreciate the encouragement, but I'm still not looking forward to it. But thankfully, it's only like digital photography and digital like media and stuff like that. So it's not like the worst, but still, I'm not looking forward to it. Stat recommendations: EFF until 57% for max centaur buff, then speed, attack, crit, 85% crit damage. Okay. They have information. So basically, so they're saying that, so what is she, a 5-star? So they're saying you want to go with her because she pushes you into the game. S2 synergies with S3 by providing more debuff multipliers. Interesting. You said you were going to go with Healer, Alice, and Sirius if you could. And then Morris. So what does Morris do? She's an SS in PvE and an S in PvP, and she's a healer. So then she's a healer I need to get. Morris quickly attacks a single enemy target and causes 106% damage with a 35% chance of causing blind that lasts for 2 turns. And I'm guessing blind allows them to miss hitting their debuffs. I'm guessing it works like an ESO. So her S2, it's a 3-turn cooldown. And this unit is a 4-star, which is good. So she activates a healing spray to restore health equal to 15% of her own max HP for a single ally, advancing their action bar by 30%, reducing the cooldown of all their skills by 1 round, and giving a heal over time for 2. Jesus Christ. So she can get up to a 35%. No, I just lied. That's 5%. So that's 35%, 40%, 45%. That's a 50% action bar push that she can give them, reduce all other skills, and give them a heal over time. Yeah, Alice would be a reroll target. Morse's cuteness makes everyone rejuvenate. She cleanses you and then restores health equal to 31% of own max health for allies. Jesus. And then she reduces to 2 turns? There's no way. There's no way. That's... What? Morse is a 4-star red healer that you can acquire as a login reward on day 2. Okay, so that's good that we know that. She has arguably one of the best healing economies in the entire game. S3 has a cooldown 1 upgrade, which makes it go from 4 rounds to 3 rounds. Oh, okay. So this is showing what it's at max. Okay, that's what I was saying. There's no way it goes down to 2 turns. And allowing it to give an action boost of 30%. Okay, so these values are already, okay, so that's good to know. These values are already in here. Okay, So if you use an S2 on Morris herself, she lowers her full healing cycle by a full round and then boosts herself. S3, S2, S3 is a very powerful cycle to pump out full party heals and cleanse very rapidly with almost no cooldown. S2 can be used on your own DPS to boost them and reduce their cooldowns so they can use active skills more often. Wow. So you can sit there in S2, S3, S2, S3 the whole time? Wait. Maybe it does have the maybe it doesn't have the values. Based off what they're saying, maybe it doesn't have the values when you lower up. I have to look. Because that seems ridiculous. So if you're just needing just a pure healer, you can just S2, S3 with this character. That seems broken for a 4-star free character. Can solo stall teams with no single target burst. S2 cooldown reduction plus push is very extremely powerful. Self S2 and then S3 allows for no downtime in healing. Fire type, which means that all good water units will have an elemental advantage against her. And you want to build her with speed HP. Triple HP set is if you get lucky with max speed stats and an immunity for PvP. Okay. Speed and HP for days, some defense for harder hitting bosses in PvP. Alright, so don't have to worry about her. We get her on the second day, and we're going to be logging in here in a few minutes. So let me... Alright, we're going to be playing in the American server. Yeah, so it should be up here soon. Whenever that happens. Alright, so we looked at all these characters. So we're looking for Alice, Sirius, more like we're looking for like honestly any of these 3 characters. 4 characters, right? But Morris we get free, so we need to get Sirius, honestly, because Sirius can be used in PvE and PvP, right? Like Ginga, they say is really really good, but like we need to get Sirius, and then Alice is a 4-star, so we have a chance of getting Sirius and Alice, I'm guessing. So let me see. What appears SS? Yeah, best case would. I mean, if I can get both, right? These 2 are 5 stars. This one's a. I'd be okay if I could get though Sirius and Alice, and then if I happen to get Ginga, then that's fine, right? But I would love to get both. We'd have to see. So what is Ruri? Ruri's a 4-star. What makes her really? Well, she looks good. Ruri jumps high and smashes down the air, causing 106% damage to an enemy target, causing a 30% chance buff block lasting 2 rounds. Her S2 inflicts 85% damage to all enemy targets. This attack ignores elemental disadvantage. If the target is killed, reduce the cooldown of all of your skills by 1. There's a lot of characters I've read. Yeah, she'd be better long term. The other one is good for 3 to 4 months, they said. But Sirius is good like still like to this day in the CN server. There's I was gonna say there's a lot of characters that like reduce cooldowns for everybody. That like that is honestly a common theme I've been seeing. So her S3, Ruri performs a secret technique causing 101% damage to all enemy targets. When causing a crit strike to at least 2 targets, gain an extra turn and grant yourself a attack buff for 2 rounds. So then you can S3, damage all enemies. If you crit, then you can follow up with the S2, I'm guessing, and ignore elemental disadvantage. And if you kill a target, you reduce the cooldown. I don't know, the game could say something different. And you get crit chance on your imprint. Ruri is the first PvP meta-defining unit on launch. Due to the extra turn mechanic of her S3, for S3 and elemental advantage of her S2, you'll be able to cleave most teams paired with Alice. You'll be able to relax in a very comfortable rank in PvP with an invested Ruri. Even at later stages, there will always be enemy comps that you can just cleave. Ruri also shines in PvE via Octo Hunts, allowing you to farm important sets such as crit damage, lifesteal, and action. So she's countered by many defense-oriented comps later on, But she's good because she has a 2-turn AoE to cleave through most teams, extra turn, S2 ignores. Yeah. So she's a top tier PvP unit for you when you start out. Okay. That's good to know. And she's good for helping you farm the crit damage crit sets. It's good to know. Oh, there's no triple S yet. Okay. So we looked at Ruri. So she's a really good unit. So who else is up here? All right, Shura. Oh, wow. Shura looks sick. Shura looks sick. She's Essenbo. Oh, she got actually an energy system. Okay, so they had that in. Oh, wait. Game's up. Maybe. Maybe not like super right away, but. Dang it. There we go. No, this is good for farming all bosses for gear. Okay. All right, so let me get this all set up. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to. All right, we're gonna pause music for now. I am enjoying the tunes, but I do want to hear the music of the game since it released. All right, let me turn this thing on. All right, let's go. Let's get into this. Okay, so the Artery Gears are anti-puppets. Voice acted? Is it all the way through the game? Jesus, the fan service in this game. That was like unnecessary fan service. All right. There's a little hiccup. Okay, I'm just put this on auto for now. Good to go. Oh, so that's blue. These are the 3 stars, I think. It's what you call anime gachas. Straight fan service. Tap a target to the Artery Gear. Yo, it's sick though. Yo, it's sick though. Yo. I'll probably move myself to the other side since this game is like 7. I have to be over here. That way you guys can see everything on this side. Ah, it's not voice acted. Alright, so I'm cutting back on the music. Defend themselves against getting puppetized. But I wonder how much like talking this game is. Yeah, it is brutal. Honestly, it makes me. I think I'm gonna skip it for now. Since it's not. Since it's not voice acted. I was excited for it to be voice acted, but oh, click the target first. These attacks look sick. So I just have just the sounds. We're just gonna do this for now. Until I adjust the sounds. I do want to hear the characters' voices, but I have this music and I can't go to my settings. I just double click. Okay, so you can. So I can't just double click to just do the attack. Well, this art looks sick though. I'll give him that. This art looks really sick. Serious in Memoris. Yeah, some of the 5 stars right there. Oh, yo. Jeez. Okay. Story seems. What is my name? Name Lucky Lux. If I can spell it. All right. Yo, get the login. Just let me go to settings. Bridge is fully repaired. Officer, yep. Goodbye. Manage, set your team. They wanted me to do the missions. Request. All right, so we're gonna skip for now. Not even just for now. It's just. Can I change settings? Thank you. Ah, there we go. There we go. I do like the cutscenes they have for the attacks, the S3s. It's pretty cool. Was this a bit much? Yeah, I agree, but it's fine. Oh no, you're good, man. Do what you gotta do. This game's Epic 7 to me, so like, I'm just kind of going through it. But I do like the art a lot. Alright, so we got the recruitment. Here you can use Artery Gear to recruit somebody. Alright. Let's see what their summon system looks like. Oh, that looks pretty sick. Market. We just add the unit in like normal. Alright. I do like the characters though. Characters seem pretty cool. Obviously this game is going to have an auto to it, I'm assuming. Jesus, that attack looks sick. I love the animations. Put it out there. Alright, pretty simple, still. Kenshin's trying to get in. Alright. Let's see. Oh, it tells you what you're strong against based off of the element too. So. Whew. Jeez. And these are the units that like aren't good. Wow. You are the union between members. There's so many things you need to learn, but I'll be guiding you through each of them. Rookie training. Ah, we have. Okay, so we have stuff so we can get extra stuff. That's nice. I'm guessing that's our gems for summoning. Of course, they gotcha. All right, so let's claims. Let's go ahead and get everything. Alright, so that's Twilight Operation. We got a monthly pass. Okay. And then where's the... So you can reset this. Then you get a 10 time. And that's where you get... Oh, that's where you get Asura. Okay, so that's the... So who's the rate up on this one? Wow, she looks sick. Ghost looks sick. You have a chance to get... It's 1,800 of these to get to summon on this. Okay. Alright. We're gonna play the chapter a little bit more. Play the chapter a little bit more to see like when we can unlock the extra summons and stuff. Don't want to jump into it too far. And once I figure out how that happens, like then I'll probably reroll like after the stream and try to get the perfect team. But I do want to like actually play it, like get far, see what I get, and all that stuff. Okay, there's still one-shotting on this. Weaker enemies. Oh, jeez. We had a dual attack. And then she's the healer, right? Yeah, she's the healer. Alright. Okay, so that helps it go faster. We don't have auto unlocked yet, but it's fine. Honestly. Because we should unlock auto like pretty soon. Typically in gachas you have to play through like a couple of like missions and then you get auto, and I'm gonna be autoing like everything. Alright, this should finish him off. Yeah. With the one Thundercore AG in your team, only have... I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I can just still do this. Just excited to get through it. Get a team together. Start getting some stuff done, honestly. Starting another game. Oh, yo, we got auto now. Let's go. That's what's up. Don't need a tutorial. Jeez. Probably have it on slower. Everybody can see everything. Once I like go through all of the like basic stuff, that's when I'll start going over like the teams I have, start going over the gear and all that stuff. But we really don't need to do that because we haven't solidified anybody that we need. These units here, I'm most likely just literally are just going to be using them until I get better units. Yo, level up, level up. Oh, I love this art. Now customize how Artery Gear acts in auto combat via the lineup menu. Yeah, explain that to me. Tap here to customize how the character acts while auto combat is active. Once you finish editing, the new configuration is effective immediately in combat. Make sure to use it. Oh. Wow. Now that's really good. That's what something is better than Epic 7. Because now you can auto it and have it go exactly how you want depending on the situation. Oh, that's top tier. I've always wanted this. I've always wanted more control. Wow. I like it. I like that. I like that you have that control in auto, honestly. Like, it's not, of course, the most control, but it's something. It's better than a lot of games. That means this game's gonna have, like, has heavy auto farming, obviously. No, it's a decent damage on the ult, though. I just want to get to where we can get our units, because now we got to look at. Let me look and see what people would. Just want to make sure I get the right characters. Yo, what's up, Death Gun? You know, man, we just. So I'm here getting a little Artery Gear, man. Alright, so fleet. Here we can see it's just responsible for various features, each serving their own purpose. Here, chilling, playing. Yo, you on too? What server are you on? Are you on the America one? Because people in my Discord, we were wanting to make sure on the last one. Yeah, Tizzy, that is pretty cool. Okay, cool. That's what's up. So I'm Lucky Lux in the game. So if we ever get a chance to add each other, I'll make sure to get you added. Yeah, exactly, Tizzy. You can just straight up just nuke the boss and not have to worry about any of the ads. Oh, okay, so this is a housing system. Of course, there's a housing system. All right, let's see all these features. We got to see if there's like a club or something like that, Death Gun. Then we can just, honestly, depending on how many spots, we could probably just rock the same club. Depending. Or if we have a lot of people who like to play the game, we can make, collabing ones. Because I'm sure, like, there's raids and all that stuff in this game too. So I want to make sure I have a decent, I want to make sure I and the people who play have a decent, club of people playing. The worst thing is to have like a dead club where you can't get no content done. That's one of the worst. Yeah. But so far, it is just like Epic 7 for me. Like, it has, it's kind of like, the gearing and stuff like that is similar to Dislight as well. But I do like this art more than Dislight, though. I can honestly say that. I am huge into the anime Hello Weeb. As you can tell by the music. 前方に敵軍のシグナルをキャッチ。みんな警戒して戦闘の準備を。全力アタックだにゃ。Jeez, man. These animations are just sick. Oh, you can... Okay, so you can change the auto to attack boss or attack puppets as well. Yeah, the game is looking good. The game looks good. Like this is basically mech Epic 7 for me, and I'm all for it. Like, honestly. And I get to start at the beginning of the game. In a game that a lot more of my people like, because a lot of people just weren't really liking Dislight's look and how it played. Honestly, the first banner that popped up on Dislight, oh my god, the community was so mad. People were so mad. I've done 140 some and still haven't gotten Ollie. I was like, okay. There we go, just kill the boss. Let me go ahead and start. Let me see. All right, so here is my UID. Said you did 90 and didn't get it? Yeah. Like, no, I kind of pisses me off, honestly. What's in the supply? Okay, so that's where you buy stuff. Extra energy. Ooh. Free level 5 pack. Level 10 pack. Oh, I'm just hitting it over and over again and it's telling me I can't get it. Pre-mission briefing. Okay, and I know we get a new character on day 2, who is a top tier character, so that's good to know. All right, so this helps that event. Okay, I guess we can start the recruitment. All right, to start this recruitment, you need to have server launch celebration recruitment coupon. You can reset the recruitment results an infinite number of times until you confirm. You're also guaranteed to draw at least one 5-star AG in this recruitment. After the server launch celebration recruitment coupon is consumed, you cannot be used again. Please be cautious. It does not seem. So the 5 stars you can get. This is why Maple. This is why Ginga was the one to get, because Ginga is the one who's up here. So Ginga and Morris, right? That's why they were saying Ginga is the one you want to get, and you want to eventually get the other. Yeah. That's why I'm thinking. So I want to try to get. So like Roko is a 3-star. Grace is a 3-star. All right, so let's start the rolling. All right, let's start it. Ooh, I got 3 4-stars. Onion is nowhere close to the top. Wait. Hold on. Oh, okay, that's what I thought. All right, that way I can see them individually. I need to. Grace, Roko, Timmy. Okay. Oh, there goes Roko. Jesus, I got her 3 times. Okay, this seems like a terrible one. That seems like a terrible one. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, so the best I got was 3. Who am I going for? So on this, it seems like the best to get is Ginga, because she's basically the strongest unit you can have. I was reading her kit earlier. She's the strongest unit that you can have starting out right now. So Ginga and Morris is who I want. And then Grace, Roko, and then Timmy are like one of the better 3-stars. Here, I have their wiki page here, which has a lot of good like info for the game. That way if you want to see who you want, you can use this here. Hey. No problem. That way you can start off really strong. Jeez, man. Korax looks sick. She's an A tier. Foxy. Wow, Quinn. Quinn is an S tier, but she's not 2 at once. And I only got 1 4-star, so this is not it. The best we got was 3, so we're gonna probably be here all day. Yeah, like I'm gonna use this one right here, right? Oh my god, this is terrible. Like I'm gonna use this one and probably wait on my pulls to get serious. Yeah, same. I gotta see like this one's bad too. We gotta get a good set. Only one. Oh, they're doing this bad. One. Jeez, game. Come on. Come on. You can give us something good. Come on. Be fair. Be fair. That's all I'm asking for. My God. These are... It's terrible. Come on. Wait, what was this one? Yeah, this one was terrible. Guys, this is probably the like worst part of every gotcha right here. Just trying to find that, bro. That is just, yeah. This is the worst part of every gotcha. Just, I mean, bro. Like, I've had one that has 3. I've had them that have 2, but I can't go with 1. Like, I literally can't. Okay, so we got Grace, Simba. Okay, so she's A tier. Oh, we got 4. This isn't the one. Nope. Oh my gosh. We're gonna be here for a minute, guys. 1. None. Whoa, there goes 3. There goes 3. All right, let's give me something good, please. I'm not getting the 3 stars I want, but at least if I get the 4 stars I want, I'll be happier. Just give me the 4 stars I want. I can't remember where Kathy was. I think Kathy was like at the bottom. Yeah, Kathy's B. Dean is B. Oh, I got Morris. Okay. So, at least we know Morris will eventually drop for us. Alright, so that's what we're fishing for. We're fishing for a 5-star with at least, like, Morris and Ginga. But it's not looking too good. She's also not. I don't think this is a. Nope. Dang, man. Thank God, like, oh, there goes 3. Oh, yeah. They did say that Morris is... Hold on, yeah, you're right. Let me look. Because, yeah, you want to make sure.
女王陛下の勅命によりただいま参上いたしました。今後は指揮官の命に従いその命をお守りします。報告。アカデミー・オブ・ドールズ第1期卒業生2番ラピッド・ガゼラグレース入隊します。主に通信と偵察を担当します。
Actually, yeah, if anybody can find that out, because I don't want to...
一緒に頑張りましょう。私は AG04。
I'm honestly probably gonna summon her just in case.
コードネームフォックスと呼んでもいい。見ての通り、手足はすべて
Because yeah, I didn't see it.
壊れてもすぐに修復できる。この特性をできるだけ活かして、私を一番危険なところに派遣しても構わない。報告します。私は格闘型 AG ブレイズキャットティミー。あなたが指揮官でしょ？
Probably summon her. Yo, what's up, Katrin? Probably summon her just in case, right? Like, I'd say that'd probably be the best bet. Yeah, we got 3. Chitose.
合口と苦内を使い奇襲と暗殺に長けています。命に応じ指揮官の身辺護衛としてあなたの安全を守ります。ハロー指揮官。私はフロンティアのティアンテ。好きなものは子供。
Yo, she is a white. She's wow, Heterochroma. This is like all the things I love in a character right here. Dark skin, white hair, heterochromia as well. Dang. But not the characters I want. Bro, we're gonna be re-rolling for a minute. I just need the 4 stars and 5 star to line up, right? Ravenna, Kurumi.
私はザ・ハルピーエに所属するコラックス。型式番号は AGR02 っす。シャドウコルースというコードネーム。
She looks sick. Huh? I haven't seen Genga pop up once. Actually, now that I think about it. It's like... Oh, well, there she goes. We need Alice. Wait, Alice doesn't even pop up here, I don't think. Dang, bro, we are... We're gonna be doing this forever. Yeah, okay, so Alice isn't here either? Okay, well that's good. That's less to worry about. I'm fine with that. Yeah, so that's the real reroll that you're getting. That's a lot to. So it seems like we're gonna wait on this. So that means I guess you really want to wait and see what you get here, huh? Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna wait on that. That way we can make sure to get them. That's a lot, though. You gotta play. There's no. Hold on. There's no coupons or anything to give you a 10 summon at the beginning. Is this so? That's gonna make rerolling suck. Yeah, there's no. You telling me I gotta play that much of the game to get to a reroll? Because people are saying. Yes. Yeah, same. It's gonna be a bit. There's no codes though. I just looked it up. It's just a lot of stuff to go through. I got Roko. Wow. That was 4. So you can get 4 per. Wow. Jesus, man, this just makes it worse. So you can get 4. I didn't think you could get 4. So this will be in the rate up banner after Milvis if you want to settle with Alice only. But I don't know if you can save enough as a free to play. I'll probably put some in. Honestly. I can put a little bit of money in to get guaranteed banner. If it's after like this one, that'll give me enough time. Honestly. Oh, now I'm getting 4. The second time I got 4 right there. But like you said, not sure how free to play friendly they are to allow you to get enough for the next banner. How long does this banner last? Like a couple weeks. Bro, if I got 9 maple though, if I got 9 purples, I would just go with that. Honestly. I would honestly just start with that. Like, I don't even care. Like, if it was 9 with Genga, yeah, I'm starting. I would start with that, like, regardless of the 4 stars I got. That'd be such a strong start. Bruh. But the problem is now that I know I can get 4, it's making me So far, not that great.
船内施設の特許情報をしっかり読んでいるので
Yeah. Oh, this is a Genga with a Morris and a Roko, but it's only one.
毎度指揮官さん
Oh,
はじめまして
dang it. Ugh. Yeah, there's. You got Genga with 3 purples?
報告私は
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I haven't gotten a Genga with 3 purples yet.
世界では報告はじめまして報告
Yeah, we're on American server. Death Gun, he's a dude I know from Dislight. He's a YouTuber as well, so I'm gonna be on American with him. Maple's on American server.
着任して
Salt is gonna be on it. Arketo and the Discord's gonna be on it. Kenshin's gonna be, I believe, on the American server. So we're gonna have quite a few people.
報告型式番号
Jesus, man.
私
Come on.
ロードトゥールートル私は私は立ちキャッ報告 AC0 よ報告 ロードトゥ
Just reroll hell, man. Bruh. This is jamming. I am just jamming right now, though. Thank God I have some music.
私技
Come on.
私
Oh my God, man. Some of these are just like, imagine the person who doesn't do rerolls or like who didn't want to go through all this and just got it with like 1 purple or just was like, you know what, I'm just going with the first thing I got and just got
私は
nothing.
さくら
How many was that? Was that 4?
アカデ報告アカデミー
Della, Valadria,
リスのグリア報告
Greer,
だオブキャット招待所属
Kathy,
報告します
Timmy,
AC06 ザ・パルピーヤ5号
Simba. That's 4.
ザ・セブンズ
And Ginga. Ugh. But I want Morris. That's really good, right? And the game would probably punish me for this. It's a really good one, but it's not Morris. Yeah.
アイリスな毎度
Just gotta get lucky.
ロードドゥボブキャット私
I got this. We can
世界
we can get this.
ボブキャット全
Thankfully, I can like just speed through this, right? Versus like having to do some abysmal like setup.
私は
It's just gonna take us a minute. That's it. That's all. It's just gonna take us a minute.
報告します。いや。
Thank God I'm using mouse and keyboard. Like, honestly. If I was not using mouse and keyboard, this would be... Yeah, again, at least it's fast. Or I don't need, like, multiple instances and all that. It's like, nah, bro. I really wish... Alright, man. I really wish I knew if Morris, like, the wiki was saying Morris was free on day 2, but I don't know how legit that is. Is it? Oh. That's like 3 copies of the same one. Wow, okay, game. What are the chances of that? That'd be an instant imprint on that unit. I don't know if Morris is guaranteed, man. Like, for day 2. That's the problem. I have no idea. It just says it, but, like... People are saying it doesn't see it's in the game. Hold on. Let me... That way I can confirm my... Like... Let's pass... Okay, so that gives you that. Yeah, I don't see anything that says that. You got 5 4-stars? I thought you said you stopped. What are you talking about, man? Oh. Bruh. That's a start right there. 5 4-stars? It's a hell of a start. Man, don't tell me stuff like that, bro. Like... You're like, man, I gotta push it to the max. Of course it wasn't, right? Of course it wasn't with Ginga. Like, that's how it's gonna happen. And then you're sitting there thinking, like, is it worth it though? Like, is these 5 4-stars gonna help me? Like, carry me through the game without Ginga? Oh, Ghost is like... Yeah, Ghost is like not even a top tier... Like 5-star. That's what sucks too. She's like bottom of the A. Which, like, I know a lot of people like I typically don't like tier lists, but in a game I don't know anything about, I kind of do want to see what peeps are talking about, especially for pushing content. But I will say, Ghost does look cool though. Like, a lot of these units like look amazing. Oh, come on. Grace me with some luck, man. Maybe on my like 1,000th reroll, right? I wonder how, like, bro, like, so 5 is the record so far. So 4 is my record, 5 is Death Guns. Like, yo, like, who out here trying to beat 5? The chances, though, of that happening is kind of crazy, though. Like, for me, I've gotten 4 a couple times. Like, it seems like there's no limit, like, to what you can... I haven't seen a set limit of what you can get. They didn't really state that, right? So that's what's making you kind of sit here and want to reroll, because it's like, yo, I could get something amazing. I'm sure those of you who are playing are literally doing your rolls right now, too. Ooh. Come on. Bruh, they're not gonna give me the perfect one, though. I have to get with something that's like semi-perfect. Yo, this is a hitter right here. Wow, that's 3 more assists. I mean, 2 more assists. If that one had Ginga, I would have probably gone with that one. I would have honestly probably gone with that one. Because then it had Chihaya on it too. Yeah. Dang. Game's not gonna be nice. It's not gonna be nice at all. Bruh. Come on. I gotta find something that I can like just sit and just be like, do I want to accept this? I haven't really found one where that makes me want to stop. That's what I'm really looking for. Like, I'm not looking to get like 9, but I'm looking for one that's like, you know what, you can stop on this. This is a comfortable, but this is not it. It's close. I got Ginga and Morris, but not quite what I want. It's Ginga, Morris, and Sinha. It doesn't have like Rook. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. The game is getting us a little closer. We're getting slightly closer. Oh, just give me that. Just give me that perfect one. We're getting so close. Dang it, man. If one of these would have been Morris. Oh, it would have been Genga, though. We're getting close. I can feel it. We're getting the one we want, like, coming up here soon. It's getting close. Like, for real. Yo, come on. Come on. Bro, this song is... This LP is amazing. We've probably done at least over 100 of these, right? By now? We're getting up to 100. It should give me... It should just give me like a perfect roll after doing it this many times. Somebody probably has like... This is where people roll out the commands on their PC to go through all this too. Ooh, man. Come on. Bro, this is rough. This is really rough. But it's not as bad as having to reset my account and do all that stuff. It's just having to just hit the skip and that's it. It's fine. Just skip and continue. I can do this. It's not as bad as counterside. Counterside was a little too much. Come on, just give me that. Yeah, same. There's no reroll limit. But I'm talking about counterside for the Hild. To get the Awakened Hild. Like, the amount of rerolls, the count rerolls I had to do. But yeah, but having no limit makes this beautiful. Because you can just sit here and just try to get the one you want. Oh, Revive Witch. Bro, they gave you so many and you would still get trash ones. Like, they gave you so many. Like, they gave you like 100 or so rerolls and you would still get garbage rolls. I mean, like, kind of... I like it in a way, but it also has... it has a lot going on, honestly, Def Gun. Like, I really try to get in and log in and play, but, like, it just has so much going on, and right now I'm stuck, and I'm having to manage my, like, squad inventory because they're giving me so many summons. So, like, there's so much in the game. And I have to, like, look up guides to see what's worth doing, because it's just so much. And there's so much stuff, like, for every little thing. And I think that's what just makes it overwhelming. Like, I mean, I've been summoning hella units. I've been getting some really good 3-star units. Like, I've been building them. But it, like, takes a minute to level everybody and everything. So I'm still playing it. But it's just so much to do. It's just, it loses a lot of people with, when you just have so much, a lot of people just kind of just like, meh. Yeah, I saw you have a lot of people on there. It's just, like, I'll play it, like, there's still, definitely feels kind of bloated at the beginning. The game started to get way more manageable after level 30. Yeah. I just gotta play it more, you know? It's just, I'm still trying to decide, like, the games I want to play this year, because, like, there's, you know, Counterside, like this game, other games like that, and then, there is, Mihoyo's games coming out, right? Like, Star Rail. So, there's a lot of games, and I gotta see which games I'm actually gonna stick with, or games I'm just gonna, like, try out just for the content and then just keep it moving. It's just, there's so many gacha games coming out this year. And then there's also console games coming out. There's Pokemon coming out too, and I'm a huge Pokemon fan. So, like, looks like Genshin. I haven't really looked at it. I haven't looked at it in detail. But yeah. Yeah, same. Pokemon is my game. Like I am a huge Pokemon like fanatic. Like my whole name, second part of my name, Lux, is from Luxray. That's why Luxray is in my picks because I love Luxray. It's my favorite mon. Like I love Pokemon. So yeah. I got my Switch, I got my capture card, gonna be playing that all day. The only better part is that the weapon banners on Star Rail is actually two different. Everything else is kind of the same. I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look, Kasha. Because like, yeah, if if I don't dig Star Rail, then that's just better for me. Like honestly, I don't want like every gacha to come out for me to love it, because then it's just more and more games to play. Like I love a game to be great, but I can't have all of them be great. Something has to give. Okay. Yo, what's up, Kenshin? What's going on? Yo, I miss this anime. I need to start watching some anime again. Ginga and Morris are. That's what I'm looking for. Ginga and Morris are really good. You can get Ginga and Morris. So, that's who I'm kind of fishing for. Ginga's a good character to start off with from what I was reading on her kit and what people were saying. But yeah, the best ones like Sirius and Alice aren't here. Yeah. If you got Ginga and Morris, yeah, that's the ones. Because Morris is like one of the best healers in the game, like for us starting out. And then Ginga does some of the better DPS. So if you're getting like tired on it, which like I'll have to see how long I'm gonna last in this. Yeah, go for one with Ginga and Morris. I just have to see like how much of a perfect role I'm gonna go for. My bruh. Now I just want a Ginga and Morris with like 3, and I'll settle. I'll settle for Ginga and Morris if I can get at least 3 on there. At least 3. Ginga and Morris with 3 4-stars. And then I'll stop. I promise. Genga Morris with 3. That's what we're gonna go for. Come on. Genga Morris with 3. Come on. Yeah, for the event, I'll give her a try. I know Nico, my girlfriend's she's gonna pull for her. Yeah. Being that she's a collab unit. I want to at least get the limited characters. As many as I can. I know I missed out on like 1 or 2, but I want to get as many of the limited characters I can get. Come on. Let me restart it. Come on, game. You're giving me complete garbage. Skipping because of meta slave? Yeah, same. You gotta get your Akko. Bruh, come on. Like, come on. You do better than this. Yep. Yeah, with the streaming software I'm using, it's just a lot easier for me to play music and exclude it from the VODs. So we're gonna be getting a lot more OPs in the streams. Oh, I was going too fast. It's timed out. Kind of like a PowerPoint presentation. Jesus, that's a little mean. But it is not like it doesn't like it doesn't like them though. But yeah, so far it seems like they have on their. It seems like they're advertising to play it on PC, right? Because I know Countersight's waiting for its PC client. So. Ugh, fingers are starting to hurt. Yeah. August? Okay. I'm gonna have to. Speaking of. Did my phone die? It did. Hold on. Ugh. Oh yeah, yeah. No, that is a lot of characters. 20 characters at the same time. The game is probably like, whoa, 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 slow down. Like, not everybody's phone could even handle that, especially if you don't have like a really good phone.
Yo, ガビアリスのグリアだ。今日か。
報告。
All right, man. Hopefully, I'll be done by the time you get back. Bruh. Okay. Now I'm starting to. Yeah. This is reroll hell.
Yo.
Absolute reroll hell. Sorry, I gotta do all my summons for counter side real quick. Yeah, I've been getting so unlucky lately. Jesus, I just got. Yo, I just got a double SR. I just got a double SSR pull on counter side. Oh snap! There were Maria, the old lady, but still. Like, that's where my luck just went. I just got a double SSR pull on. Crap. I literally just logged on to do my tin pull and just pulled that. Wow. Bro, I have so many SSRs. Yeah. And I've gotten dupes too. Oh, I call that a win. That's nice. That's where my luck just went, by the way, if you were wondering. Yeah, Kitchen literally. Like, it's just like, nah. We got you. Like, maybe could have saved it for this game. Like, literally over here needing my luck, and it's just like, how about a double SSR pull on counter side them? Like, no, I don't need that. Oh my god, bro, these pulls are just these pulls are ass, man. Are you serious? Like 3 back to back, just these are complete shit rolls, man. Oh my. but I would go crazy if I didn't get more. So. Hey, we'll all be able to play. We'll all be able to play this game together at least. That's the benefit. Bro, are you serious? Oh my god, I just pulled 5. I just did it. But it's not the one I want. Hold on, guys. I gotta go get something. I gotta go get something to my girl. So, like, this is 5 different, but it's with Ghost. And it has none of these are like amazing either. Bro, they're like all B's and C's, but they're all like. I know, exactly. Like. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yep. She's the only good one. That's what they're saying. This is why I hate people who have that extra information on the game. Because, like, it's going to make me pass up five purples because I need to get Genga. I can't believe. This is pain. It's pain. Yeah, you sent me the link to the site. You sent me the link. It is your fault. But somebody eventually would have told me. Dang it. That was a... I wouldn't have gone with it either. Dang. Bro, if this would have had Genga on it, I would have taken it. Like, I would have taken it. Bro, I'm gonna get a terrible Genga Morris combo, like, for real. Like, it's gonna be complete crap. I can feel it now. Alright, we're getting... Come on. Bro, if it would have had Morris in it, I would have taken it. Come on, man. Ah! Oh, the game's tripping now. Going too fast. Here we start. It's just like why, bro? What I was saying, it's just that I can't pull. This is the second time. What is that, man? It's the second time I've done that with with Ghost. They're taunting me at this point. Bro, look at that. Like, come on. Just give me... The game is taunting me at this point. Hella taunting me. Back out. See if that's what the game likes. Nope, doesn't change a thing. Bro, I'm getting Gengar on these like just like single, not single, but like just by herself. Like, chill out, man. Bruh. Bruh. The amount of pulls you can get that just have like no like 4-stars on it is amazing. Like, imagine if you're just rolling. Like, there's just so many you can get, which is just a bare bit like 10 pull. Bro, Skingo with just like one 4-star, man. Like, I can't accept that. I can't take Gingo with just like one 4-star. Okay, we've gotten. No, no. I don't. Maybe next, like. Oh, arm's starting to hurt. Come on.
型式番号 報告します
よが
Bruh. Bruh. I want to like play the game, but I gotta get the start that I want. Like, not yet, but I gotta find I gotta find it. What a message in
世界
well, I guess it might not be the same. But where did you find it? If so, put it in the Discord. Just put it in. You can just DM me or something. Because I do want to play a nice ROM hack. Bruh, come on, man. I'm almost like. Going insane. I'm going insane. Had to have done a couple hundred at this point, right?
シーズン
Come on. Come on, game. Like, come on. Okay. Now we're just gonna accept the. If I just get a Ginga Morris, like, I think that's the point we're at now. Bruh. King of Morris. That's all I want.
AG
Yo, Maple, look. Yes. Well, just give us a King of Morris at this
攻撃
point.
します
Come on. It won't even just give me. Don't even just give me the like, just the two of them. Come on, I've lowered my standards. I can't confirm it anywhere.
毎度
That's the problem. I can't confirm it anywhere. I've looked it up. I can't confirm it. Hey, what's up, Death Gun? I'll probably just go for either Genga Morris or Genga with like a couple of 3 stars. I mean, 4 stars. Come on. You do? Oh, awesome. That's just okay.
私は断ち切る
All right. So then I just want to get. And let's go for Genga with a couple of 4 stars. Let's Genga with 1 4-star. I wish you would have screenshotted that earlier.
私は
Are you fucking serious?
私切る
holding back my rage. I got a really good pull with Genga and some 4 stars, and mm. All right, we're probably gonna get lowering my standards now. Why couldn't this have been a? Why couldn't that have been Genga, man? I've probably done 300 now. So again, why couldn't it have been Genga? Oh, I'm stopping right here. Yeah, I'm stopping right here. I don't even care. I don't even care. I. Mm-mm. I'll get the other 4 stars. Like I was like, I need to play the game. All right, now we can play. I don't even know. I think I. Yeah, I like the art. I gotta check to see if I got Grace. Of course, now the emulator is probably like acting up. Is it gonna act up now? I swear to God. After all those pulls, the game is like, whoa, 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 whoa. You did like 300. Ugh. Man, my arm. Arm in my hand, man. What? Yes, I am.
Artery Gear.
Hell no. Oh. Is it fleet? No. What is it in? No, I didn't get Grace. I didn't get any of the ones I really need. But I can deal with 3 and 4 stars. I can deal with that. Right? Like that is a little bit more controllable. Honestly. Oh, I need to have her 2-3 combo whenever we go over right? Oh, that looks sick. Yeah, that looks sick. Yeah, Ginga looks pretty cool. Shinobu? Let's see. Shinobu looks pretty cool. So she's an A in PvE, a B in PvP. So let's look at her kit. So she inflicts 107% of attack damage on a single enemy. For every 1% of the target's health lost, the damage is increased by 0.2% and transfers one of the target's buff to self. Okay, so she's a buff stealer. And then she does extra damage based off of them having lost health. After using your basic attack, this is her passive for S2. If the target's health is less than 50% of their max health value, additional use of the passive. Wait. Okay, so if it's less than 50, then the maximum health value, then advance your action bar by 20%. Inflicts 104% damage on all enemy targets. This attack can only be triggered on your own turn. So if you hit an enemy who's less than 50%, you get the extra proc of hitting everybody by 104% damage on your turn. You also push yourself up by 20%. Yeah, that seems all PvE. Her ult inflicts 244% damage on a single enemy target. For each percent loss on the target, it increases the damage by 0.3%. Cause paralyzed to the target, which lasts for 1 round. If Dark or Sashi... Wait, what? Okay, if the ultimate kills somebody, then you get additional use of the basic attack. And then the basic attack then inflicts damage to all enemy targets with a 50% chance of causing shock. Wow, that's a lot. So basically, if you get a kill, if you attack somebody less than 50, you get additional procs on your abilities. That does seem like a heavy PvE. But I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be really good for bosses, though. So I guess that's why she's an A, but if, you're clearing, ads and stuff, then it'll be alright. Right, the reinforcement squad has arrived and is waiting for you. Wait a minute. So she's in 2. So we would prioritize herself. And this one's going to go first. then second, then third. And she's just going to keep doing that. Until we, of course, level up her skills, but that's how we want her to be. But yeah, Genshin, she seems decent for clearing out enemies, but I don't know like what the bosses or stuff is like exactly. Good charge my phone.
私がリーダー？うわー、シリちゃんに代わってもらってもいいですか？私たちも試してみましょうか。
Tactical support system is now available in combat. Try it out. Just in the control panel, you need tactic points to call in support. Every time an ally takes action, you earn tactic points. Your tactic points are already at max. Call in support to fight alongside you.
実力の差を見せ
17.
つけてやるわ。
Oh, it's additional buffs.
ちょっと目障りですね。行きます。そろそろおしまいだ。
Yeah, this game's pretty sick. But you can, I'm assuming you can do quite a bit with like team combinations.
消えなさい。
And I'm excited. Like, we all can play. Like, that's what I'm excited about as well. We can literally all play together.
全て終わらせてあげるよ。 奴らが生まれた時から運命は定められていたのですよ。
Ugh. Just gonna go through all these missions and stuff, and then eventually the game will probably tell us where we can start farming gear. And that's where we will be. Farming gear. Good old stuff. Oh, there's even a tier list for the supports. You should try to progress as much as you can beyond game functions and systems. A good stage 5, you accept zone, which you can unlock after completing story stage 610. Note that there are 2 other game functions that will unlock based on your commander level rather than story progression, which is the guild function, which is for commander level 30, and then the raid boss function, which will unlock at commander level 45. So target elimination contains bosses that you're able to farm to acquire high rarity gear and unlock after story stage 2-8. So that's where you can start get the gear hunting is 2-8. Each boss has 9 difficulty stages. Wow, this is just literally Epic 7. Has 9 difficulty stages. The higher and more difficult the stage, the greater rarity of gear you can acquire, which is like normal. Well, let me go. If you're just starting out, focus on beating the Centaur and the Harpist bosses first. A good first stopping point is Centaur Stage 7 and Harpist Stage 7, where 6-star gear starts dropping. Once completed, try to work your way towards Centaur Stage 8, followed by Harpist Stage 8 and Harpist Stage 9. Okay. Once your main team has a solid set of speed and crit chance gear, you can consider farming the octopus boss for crit damage and action sets. This boss is more challenging than others and requires a well-geared team. Oh, okay. Makes sense. It's not recommended to farm the Iron Maiden boss as the gear sets it drops are too niche or have better alternatives. Okay. Yeah, this is Epic 7. Only farm stage 7 and above for all bosses. Don't waste your stamina farming any stage lower than 7, as they do not drop 6-star gear. The main two bosses that are recommended for gear farming are the Centaur and the Harpist bosses. Yeah, same, Mabel. You got Alice and 5 pools in your second account. So I guess I'll just hope you get serious later. Wow. Well, at least you got Alice. The reroll is tedious AF. Yeah, I could assume it is. I'll be putting like a little bit of cash into the game, so like I'm not gonna reroll so heavy. Creating disposable emails. Oh no. No, I don't have those already ready. Oh, they have early hunt teams too. So, like, a Centaur team comp is Alice, Chihaya, Ginga, and Morris. This is why you also didn't go hard reroll. And then for Harpist, Morris, Ginga, Chihaya. Okay, so if you have Morris, Ginga, Alice, and Chihaya, that is literally the team you would use to farm the Harpist and the Centaur. Like, and you want to make sure that you have your team at Chihaya, Alice, Ginga, Morris in the combo. Okay. Wow, this has some really nice stuff here. There's a lot of stuff here in this in these guides. I just got 4. Sucks that I got 4 because we just got her. Oh, you can recommend. Wow. You have a recommend stuff too? Interesting. Wow, this game has like a lot of good features. That's not too big. Just keep going through the story. Ooh, look at all these things I want us to buy. We'll just try to get through the story as much as we can tonight. Alienated Waypoint is a series of special challenge changes that unlock after clearing story stage 3-6. It is divided into 15 floors with 5 stages each. Every cleared stage will reward blue vial currency that can be exchanged for useful materials in the AW shop. Try to clear as many stages as you can before the weekly reset, as there is a weekly floor reset. Okay. So this is all in the wiki for early progression. So just looking at that, if you're you want to progress. Yeah. Chihaya looks seem to be. Wow, there's like spending tips and everything too. Ooh, battle effects. Oh, they don't have all the debuffs yet. Wow. They even have a shop spending back. Ooh, they have 3-star fodder farming. Oh, 4 is good for leveling fodders. Grace 4 and Milvis are the best. Hmm. Yeah, so this is my new Epic 7. Wow. They're about to attack. I need to get to the point where I can start skilling up people, so I can skill up my healer. Fleet's armament is ready. Okay. Assemble cat orbs and store them in your warehouse. There's limit to how many cat orbs you can store. Okay. So I just upgraded it. Alright, so we claimed. Let's see what else we get. Birthday change ticket. Okay. Backup energy. Okay, so this is for gear. All right. Yeah, progression. We're still good. As long as everybody keeps leveling up, we can just keep going through the story. That's what we're gonna be doing. Just grinding through the story.
我らファイヤーストーンマイナーのテリトリーだ。お前ら客人たちを追い出せ。ちょっと目障りですね。行きます。そろそろおしまいだ。
If you have root access to your phone, you can delete the shared data folder to get images. That is true. I've done that once. Purple skill chips can be farmed from hard story stages and all event stages except for the Asura event. The best place to farm purple skill chips are the event stages. Gold skill chips can be purchased from various shops. One can also be obtained by completing the weekly missions. Gold skill chips are hard to come by, so spend them wisely when upgrading your 5-star agent skills. Skill upgrade priority. Upgrade the most powerful essential skill until hitting a cooldown reduction node, if it has one. Upgrading the second most powerful essential skill until hitting a cooldown node, if it has one. If your AG has an important debuff, like defense down or something, and able to reach 100% proc rate through skill upgrades, you should prioritize the skill until reaching the set proc rate. Okay. That's a lot. I could probably make some videos. Just feel like, yeah. There's a lot of stuff in this. And then just have the units just burst the boss down. No point of hitting the fodder, especially if you can just get through the level. Nice. All right, so we need to get Grace. Yeah, I'm gonna be reading up on it. I gotta get my 3 stars. One of only 2 units in the game with innate crit resistance. I need to get Grace. But she's a 3-star, so like I'll come across her. Grace and Roka for PvE. Oh, she has the poison. Okay. So I need to get Grace and Roka. That's 3 stars. It'll be fine. But 4 is actually good for farming because she has AoE. The only one that's not that great is this other character. Dean. But she's a tank, so we have one.
この後は私に。
Just screen spam is faster for rerolling, but more of a chore. Yeah.
ここですね。
Trigger technology has 6 technologies. For each technology upgrade, require the associated attributes.
私の力がどんどん。
Okay.
頑張ってください。
Ah, this is like Awakening. Okay. In Epic 7. Data collection. For the certain colors, we have to wait till the certain day. Yep. Okay. So then, like, wait, so what's up right now? So blue is up. And so Ginga, we can actually go for hers.
本当にそうしますか？私、怠け者だから君の期待に応えられないかもしれませんよ。
Yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter though. Give her as much health as I can. And then have her with attack. Wow, it's really not just gonna auto. I just want it to auto. It's fine. Ina and 6 4-stars, none of them were too high. Ooh. Seems. But the 6 4-stars, though, that's pretty sick. That's honestly pretty sick. All right, let's keep it going. See how far we can like get. You know.
ここは我らファイアストーンマイナーのテリトリーだ。お前ら客人たちを追い出せ。
ちょっと目障りですね。
The ability is so funny.
滅せよ。どけ。それ。 ろそろおしまいだ。消毒の時間だ。このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。
Oh wow.
ですよ。
What a heal. She's the first 4-star I need to level up to. Morris, I gotta remember that. Morris needs the level up. Oh. She's gonna have to get lucky. I thought I saw her though. I feel like I saw her. Could be tripping. I thought I saw her, but it looked like they changed up her face. Like, her icon. But I thought I saw her. Or somebody who looked just like her. But I'm pretty sure. I'm glad I got 2 DPS, a tank, and a healer, though. At least I have that to start off with. Even if, you know, it's not the best, I got at least 2 of the top units. I gotta see how far they can drag me. Because we're literally just pushing through story. We're gonna hit a point eventually where the game is gonna be like, hey bro, you gotta kinda like level up your units at least. We gotta also level up 4 because she has AoE. Nice. Wow. Yeah, she has... That S3 has that AoE on it. And she lowers it when people die, so... Yeah, when an enemy dies, she lowers that. If you pull Grace, she's kind of sick for pushing story for me right now. She nukes the wave and refreshes her skill cooldown on kill. So she can nuke each round. Yeah, I didn't get Grace. I got 4, who is a red version of that. Not as good, but, you know, a version of what she could do. But I could probably get her. Just pumping everything, attack, crit, and crit damage, and cruising. You got pretty lucky. I just, I could probably do like a summon or so and get Grace. I haven't invested anything into anybody. But I did read Grace's, like, kit. It did seem nice. I wonder, like... Like, what is... Yeah, it'd be pretty soon. Our banner ends on the 27th. Okay, so there's 2 weeks for that. Ooh. Let's get a free pull. Wait, is that it? Just pull. I didn't know you could just pull a 5-star like that. Was that supposed to be a 5-star? Wait, is that supposed to be a 5-star? Oh! I thought that was like a guaranteed. I'm so... What? There's no way. No. There's no way I just casually just like, oh, let me just do a little pull. Are you serious? I just pulled Quinn just casually? What? Is that what I get for 300 rerolls? I literally, I was sitting here like, oh, that's not a big deal. That's just guaranteed. Wow. She's not a big damage dealer. She's amazing support buff. I mean, okay. Sure. Use your first 1800 on a 10 pull though and grab the 4-star. I mean, I'll take it. Wow. Oh, she's locked. I'll do that later. Wow, that's sick though. That's sick how I just got. Huh. But I need to have all 3 units. Okay. Well. I'll do this for now. That's sick. Alright, so what does she do? So her S1, Quinn bombards all... Oh, you missed it, Death Gun. I literally just did a just random single pull and pulled a 5-star. Like, I thought it was guaranteed. I literally thought it was guaranteed, so I didn't think too much of it. I was just like, okay. Yo, the luck, man. The luck is coming back. Quinn bombards all enemy targets, causing 50% damage to all enemy targets. Increasing damage by 0.075% every at 25% cause anti-heal rounds. Oh. Her second ability, yeah, single pull. Quinn strengthens all allies, granting attack buff, everyone else speed buff, and herself greater speed buff for 2 rounds. Wow, so I give an attack and a speed buff to everybody? Sick. Okay, we got a buffer. So on her S3, Quinn launches all missiles to attack the enemy, causing 95% damage to all enemy targets, repelling 20% of the action bar of all targets, increasing damage by 0.075% every speed. So she does AoE on both her S1 and S3, and then she gives everybody a buff. That's nice. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Well, that's a sick pull to get just randomly, though. Oh my god. We are going through the story right now. We are blazing through. And we're still we're below, but I guess we have such a decent start that we could just kind of push the story without even upgrading people. Alright, I think I have it. I think I have it balanced the way I want it. Yeah, I like her voice actor. Alright, so we got Quinn. Yo, I'm so hyped. Jeez. They say that she just said 5,000 damage already. It becomes a hilarious situation where single target damage rivals that of top tier DPS units. Oh, so this tank I got has a 4 times damage multiplier, which is pretty big. Okay. She has very high percentage defense scaling, very high S3 damage healing. Okay, so she, for early game, Dean as a tank will do quite a bit of damage for me. Okay. She can hit. She's it's possible that she can hit top tier DPS numbers. She's but she can still do damage, which is just average, basically. But now I pretty much have to keep this account, though. The fact that I just single pulled a 5-star. I can't get rid of it now. There's no re-rolling. I have a buffer that gives me attack and speed buff. Come on. Now I just need to get Grace and Roko for the 3 stars. Give me Ruri and Chihaya for the 4 stars. And Alice. I just need to set her. I just need to set her skills and stuff up. That way she does her S2 first, right? And then she does everything later. Gotta get her rotation. Because we want her to give the attack and speed buff as like best she can.
みんなの傷を治しましょう。熱せよ。行きます。
集中爆撃だ。狙いは不要。
撃て撃て。
That buff though is cool. That red pyramid.
少しちょっと目障りですね。
集中爆撃だ。
熱せよ。上々な時間だ。
どけ。
生意気ですよ。生意気ですよ。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
撃て撃て。熱せよ。
出力最大。
It looks so funny. But jeez, does she do a lot of damage though? That's a lot.
敵は片付けてやったぞ。どうだ？金のために働くやつは一番頼もしい。お前もそう思うだろ？
But Genghis so. Alright, so let's. Oh, this is gear farming. Yep.
ここを見てください。頑張ってください。
We'll get to that. We will. Speed 113. What is King good? 114. Ah. So yeah, we need her to be faster. All right. Technology.
おいおいお前、俺様をかなり強化した。
この装備セットって。
Okay. All right, let's keep pushing story. Let's keep going. Is this phone done charging yet? It is not. So we want to push story until chapter 5. I don't think I'll be able to get to chapter 5 anytime soon. I say anytime soon. I probably won't be able to get to it like tonight. I'll probably be able to maybe get into chapter 3 before I have to like actually start like getting some gear. Or at least upgrading my units, right? To like max level. That's probably what I do need to do. Is like max level my people, like max level my best units, and then go from there. It's decent damage. think it's starting to act up.
集中爆撃だ
Ah, it's showing us a black screen. I'm just gonna turn them off for now. We can just do medium. Let's see if that solves it.
これで終わりつまらないな
I usually have to reset the game when it starts doing that. The black screen. Yeah, I really love the art. Alright, so we got a boss. I think we'll be good. That's what it was showing. I was on 30 frames per second. I had to change the settings. I haven't optimized it yet. I haven't done any of that stuff. But yeah, I was sitting on 30.
まさか私がリーダー？うわー、シリちゃんに代わってもらってもいいですか？
What just happened? Hold on, let me reset. Game's starting to act up. Ooh, snap. VM connected to the internet. Bruh. There we go. I'm gonna have to see which after tonight. I'm gonna have to see which like emulator runs this the best. For
お
sure.
かえりなさい、指揮官。会議にでも行っていたのですか？
All right, put it on 60. High. HDR. Thank you. Oh wow, it looks so much better. Game looks so much better. Jesus, this is a beautiful game. That HDR. Yeah, even on my phone, I'm looking at it right now. It looks beautiful. Like I'm looking at it from the stream.
まさか私がリーダー？うわー、シリちゃんに代わってもらってもいいですか？
この一撃
There we go. I fixed the black screen.
ちょっと目障りですね。熱よ。上属の時間。
Well, yeah, it's crazy. So my tank does my highest single target damage on her S3. That's pretty funny.
生意気ですよ。このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。
狙いは不要
熱よ。
かかってこいよぶっ飛ばしてやんよ
私は外さないよ。
集中爆撃だ
熱よ。出力最大。
It's So she just crashes into somebody with her chainsaw blade.
少し痛い。生意気。
集中爆撃だ。
お注射の時間ですよ。弱点はここ。
どけ。
少し。私は外さ。
どけ。
Oh, she proc the dual attack.
戦いを終わらせ
We
る
could probably skip this. It's just like one enemy. Oh, there goes the boss.
狙いは不要。
Ooh, right in time. Wow, that was 32%? Okay.
少し。
どけ。
ヒーリングモード全開。
Get a little heal.
生意気ですよ。
Ah, it's an attack down. Well, it balances out since she has attack up.
行きます。
どけ。
消毒の時間だ。少し痛い。
Oh, she really can just cycle her skills though, even at this early.
集中爆撃だ。
撃て撃て。奴らが生まれた時から運命は定められていたのですよ。
All right. Well, chapter 3 is cleared. So let's start leveling people. Get them to 20. Yeah. Oh, I have Grace. Okay. I just got her casually, so. All right, nice. So we could probably just take off our tank. Yeah, because we don't really need one right now. Oh, wrong character. But then there's the problem of the colors. We'll keep Dean on for story, right? Because I don't want to. Because the game is gonna make us keep the colors, but we got her upgraded for other stuff. But wait, she does AoE damage, right? Grace. Yeah. And she's going to be really easy to upgrade, so we could probably take off. We can probably take off Ginga for story. Please enter yes. Why do you have to do all that? Yeah, so now we have a healer with Quinn giving attack and speed, and then the other. So now we don't have any like big single target. But we'll have like really good. We'll have really good AOE. Just push this. We should be fine. Just see how this goes. So we got the buff. Oh, we did nothing. Oh, we also don't have gear on them. What am I doing? I gotta put real gear on Grace. And put decent gear on Ford. Oh, okay. Okay, that's... At least I know that now. This is slower since we don't have the single target though. I didn't get the 3-star because of the... Yeah, we needed a green unit. I don't know. I like the attack and speed buff though. Mm. It's so hard to decide. He said, managed to get a macro running for rerolling. Takes about 7 minutes per account. At least I don't need to keep my eyes on the game. Jeez, man, you're really trying to get that perfect reroll, aren't you? Nah, man, I'm rolling. But then again, if you can get that perfect team, that'd be nice. Just sit and watch YouTube and just hit the macro.
お手並み拝見いたしますね。
狙いは不要。前段
これでよし。
Sell out and free to play? Yeah, I feel you there. Yeah.
僕の時間だ。
出力最大。
Ugh.
生意気ですよ。
I think my internet is dropping.
条件集中爆撃だ。伏兵か。
行きます。私は外さない。
条件
ちょっと目障りですね。行きます。消毒の時間だ。
条件
Ugh. Man,
生意気ですよ。
as long as we can just keep pushing story, though. But when we get to a good stopping point in the story, then I can just start farming gear.
そこだな。
And that's what it'll be, just farming gear.
弱点はここ。
That wonderful, wonderful thing.
かかってこいよ。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
ヒーリングモード全開。行きます。
伏兵か。かかってこいよ。国に入れてるよ。
This phone is fully charged.
消毒の時間だ。ちょっと目障りですね。
集中爆撃だ。
行きます。
かかってこいよ。
私は外さないよ。勘弁して。生意気ですよ。
そこだな。
熱よ。
条件
私は外さないよ。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
But what are we on? We're at chapter 3. Just a couple more chapters.
みんな
We'll be able to stop. Yo. I think we have a decent squad so far. I think we're sitting. You know,
お前ら狙いは不要。
これでよし。
without having spent money, I think we're doing good.
上属の時間だ。
いいぜ。そこだ。
The fact that I got that extra 5-star helps. 5-star with a buff as well.
名前。モリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。
隠れてもとっくに見えてるよ。
行きます。
どけ。 ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
メスよ。撃て撃て。
どけ。
少し痛い。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
痛いところ疲れた？上属の時間だ。
かかってこいよ。
私は外さないよ。名前。
狙いは不要。先端ぶ。
撃て撃て。ちょっと目障りですね。
When it gets to farming more centaur, so that's what we're looking for.
行きます。
Centaur farming.
メスよ。このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。
かかってこいよ。 伏兵か。
Okay, so Chikaya is for if you need a defense down. I don't think I have a defense down either.
とっくに見えてるよ。
Yeah, I just have attack up.
行きます。奴らが生まれた時から運命は定められていたのですよ。すべては
No
シナリオ通り
sense.
進んでいます。
Oof. You're really going for it. You can play back each battle now. Hard mode is not available. You can switch to hard mode like chapter.
頑張ってください。
Hard mode you can obtain hit decoder just for Artery Gears. Yeah. All right, so you going? Even if you don't get Alice, still go for series. I mean, Alice is a 4-star, so you can eventually get her, right? Like, it'll happen eventually. Yeah, Alice. I mean, Sirius though, it's just like a really good 5-star.
これでよし。行きます。上属の時間だ。
かかってこいよ。
名前ですよ。ヒーリングモード全開。
隠れても無駄だ。
Dang,
国見えてるよ。
I think I got him. Maybe, possibly. I think I got him on counter side. But yeah, I wasn't gonna re-roll anymore on counter side. I have a lot of characters there. I'm content with what I have. Like,
痛いところ疲れた？
かかってこいよ。集中爆撃だ。
少し行きます。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
これでよし。
Yo, attack speed. That early attack buff is really nice. Attack speed buff that we just get. It helps out. What's this? Oh. In skill configuration? Oh, you can have it to where it only... You can do that all here. Wow, what's going on for the like the auto, like if you're truly like just wanting to auto the game, they will let you do that. I love it because I love autoing games. Jesus, 5,500. Wow. Yeah, the auto, that's what'll make me love a game right there. Is the auto like being amazing. Mm. Yo, let's our first 10 pull is gonna be. Yeah, let's see what it's like. Oh, complete, but I got her. That's fine. At least I got Roko. Yeah. At least I got Roko. Okay, I'm content. Yeah, fresh out of luck. The game already gave me. Ooh. And we get the free Shinobu. Yeah, she has tons of armor. You know, like for obvious reasons, she has all that armor. All right, so we got Shinobu, like with literally 2 pieces of armor on her. What is she? I think I just read her earlier, right? So for a free to play, so she is a. Have I seen them? Oh wow. Oh. Yeah, I don't even think I can put that on YouTube, honestly. Um, let's see. People say that Shinobu is an A tier. So, oh yeah, she was the one I was reading earlier. Um, you're just gonna have to look on your own. um, you have to look on your own time. Inflicts 100. So what is her name again? So Shinobu inflicts 107% of attack damage on a single enemy target. For every 1% of target's health lost, the damage increases by 0.2% and transfers one of the target's buff to self. That's her 1. On her 2, after using Bright Moon, which is her first ability, if the target has less than 50% max HP, follow up with Thousand Heavens, and if the target has more than 50% max HP, gain 20% action bar instead. Instead. So then Thousand Heavens deals damage equal to 74.2% attack to all enemies with the 50% probability to inflict infirmity for 2 turns. Follow-up attacks are only available when you are taking action. And then her ult causes freeze, which when attacked, it will be 100% critical. Jesus! Taking damage wakes you up from the freeze status. At the start of a turn, no. They have this in Epic 7. I think it's with like sleep. Deal damage equal to 30% of your attack. This attack ignores 70% defense of the target. The attack is based on the attacker's attack when you apply electric shock stack on the target. Okay. Oh, wow. Deal damage equal to 181% attack to a single enemy. For every 1% HP the target loses, this deals 0.3% more damage. Also inflict breakdown for 1 turn. Upon killing a target, using Rakshasa of Night, follow up with Twilight Oblivion. Twilight Oblivion. Deal damage equal to 139.9% attack to all enemies with the 50% probability to inflict electric shock for 2 turns. That is a lot. Jesus Christ. So, in conclusion, what they say on the wiki, she's a free unit obtained from 10 rolls. She's somewhat of a cleaver that requires the enemy to be under 50% max HP. Not necessarily a bad PvE unit, but more gear hungry than Ruri or Grace, while eating more materials for enhancement upgrades. Her pros is that she's a 5-star unit for missions, a decent early game choice for cleaving. But if you don't get the target under 50% health, you're losing a lot of damage. S3 must kill, making her bossing subpar. Additional attack can't proc outside of own round. Grace and Ruri exist. So she's not like worth dumping a bunch into, but if you literally can't get anything else, then she's alright if you want to use it. But again, she's a 5-star, right, that you get for free. That's basically what they're saying.
ここは我らファイアストーマイナーのテリトリーだ。お前ら狙いは不要。
ちょっと目障りですね。行きます。
どけ。
お注射の時間ですよ。勘弁して。
Yeah.
ヒーリングモード全開。
隠れても無駄だ。とっくに見えてるよ。
熱せよ。
どけ。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
Oh my game is gonna start acting up.
伏兵か。
熱せよ。私は外さないよ。
I mean, so far I've gotten. So we got a free 5-star. I got a 4-star. We got 4, and we get Morris tomorrow. So far, so good. I mean, for a free to play, you still get a free 5-star, right? That you could use if you're just the type who's not gonna reroll all day.
少し痛い。
集中爆撃だ。熱よ。かかってこいよ。隠れても無駄だ。とっくに見。
生意気ですよ。行きます。ちょっと目障りですね。
This is where the story is hitting a little harder. I might need to upgrade my team.
生意気ですよ。少し痛い。勘弁して。
そこだな。
痛いとこ。
Oh, jeez. Never mind.
敵は片付けてやったぞ。
We're literally still good.
金のために働くや。
We're still good for story.
元気出せ。仕事の時間だ。狙いは不要。
これでよし。
かかってこいよ。
承諾の時間だ。勘弁して。少し。
The way she just pushes herself above everybody. That's why she's a good healer.
みんなの傷を治しましょう。行きます。
Dang.
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
Dang.
かかってこいよ。
But serious and Alice though. I don't know when I'll ever get serious. And she's a 5-star. I didn't reroll for her, but I have an S tier with Quinn, and I have Grace. I have Roko now. I have Ginga and Morris. I'm literally only missing Sirius and Alice. I need to get Chihaya, right? So I don't feel. Oh, I need to get Ruri too. But if I get Alice being a 4-star, then I'll be fine. Then I'll just end up getting Sirius when I can. Whenever the game wants to grace me with her. Dang, 5700.
どうだ？俺様の機械のすごさ。元気出せ。仕事の時間だ。狙いは不要。
これでよし。
Dang. I really feel like I need to upgrade my people.
生意気ですよ。
We haven't lost yet.
フィーリングモード全開。熱よ。
どけ。集中爆撃だ。
So what does...
集中爆撃。 意気ですよ。狙いは不要。ちょっと目障りですね。熱せよ。承諾の時間だ。
So Centaur drops the speed, effectiveness, effect resist. And then Octopus is in-game. Harpist is the counter immunity and crit rate set. So that's basically like Banshee. Maiden is attack, defense, HP.
これで終わり？つまらないな。帰りは市場に寄ってくよ。
So you will need to farm Maiden every now and then. But...
頑張ってください。
Alright, we are getting some stuff unlocked, guys. We're at 3-7. This is quick. But Centaur, yeah, for speed sets, that's probably where you're going to be at a lot of the game. And of course, Harpist for that crit rate. Then you got to go for Octopus. But it seems like Harpist is best farmed at stage 9. So, for the speed set, 7 or 8 is kind of where you want to go, unless you can get to stage 9. So we can start at stage 7. Probably, yeah, I'll probably farm when I finish the campaign. Dang, 6,300. That tank hits really hard. I wonder if I can use the tank for the boss early on. That single target damage. That's a lot. Like, for having her ungeared, that's a lot of damage. And again, she's a 4-star. And she's not even high ranked. She's like a B. Alright, let's keep going. Let's go. You guys are like, either you guys are re-rolling like crazy, or you guys are super hella focused. I think most of you guys are just re-rolling like crazy. You guys are so focused. All right.
集中爆撃だ。
私は外さないよ。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
Yeah, these enemies are getting a little tough.
勘弁して。
Oh my gosh.
生意気ですよ。
狙いは不要。
ちょっと目障りですね。メスよ。お注射の時間ですよ。
どけ。
少し痛い。
I might trouble.
撃て撃て。
Maybe.
メスよ。
かかってこいよ。
私は外さないよ。
I might be in trouble. Oh, he has a shield? Are you serious? Wow.
このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。
Yo, look at that heal!
かかってこいよ。
That's so good.
少し痛い。生意気ですよ。
狙いは不要。
Alright, now we got the
ちょ
buff.
っと目障りですね。
Attack and speed. Start hitting this boss.
行きます。
Oh, wow.
消毒の時間。
That damage.
かかってこいよ。
Mm.
少し痛い。
集中爆撃だ。
行きます。
Alright, here we go. Out of there.
奴らが生まれた時から運命は定められていたのですよ。
It's looking a tad bit scary. I'll admit, it's a tad bit scary. We might be in trouble. If we aren't careful, we might be in a little bit of trouble.
我らファイアストーンマイナーのテリトリーだ。お前ら狙いは不要。
これでよし。メスよ。
You want the whole so you can save everything for serious?
少し。
True. Because then you could just literally keep your
治
team
しましょう。
like set, basically, until then, right? Because you're just like, there's no one else I need.
来いよ。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
Alice, Foxy, King Gun Morris works for 2 of the boss farming. Yeah, Foxy, yeah, I saw that too. It was, it's for the ones that you're gonna do the most. Because you're gonna be farming Iron Maiden and Harpist pretty hard.
痛い。生意気ですよ。
Yeah.
狙いは
And then Octopus is like for
これ
later.
でよし。
Later on they said if you could do it, but Harpist and Centaur.
の時間だ。
かかってこいよ。メスよ。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
行きます。
And you only really need Chihaya because of the defense down.
行きます。
Just that Foxy is a cheaper way to get it done.
行きます。
かかってこいよ。
このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。
What is in her kit?
痛い。生意気ですよ。
Let's see. Inflicts 95% damage to a single enemy target. If a crit is triggered, the skill will increase the damage by 30%. Her S2. 130.
消毒の時間だ。
Sorry about that, I just got tired on the number. Inflicts 133.6% damage to a single enemy target with a 75% chance of causing defense down for 2 rounds and a 50% chance of causing stun for 1 round. And she ups the status chance to by another 25%, giving herself 100% defense down. And then, oh, on her S3 inflicts damage to all enemy targets and grants all allies crit up for 2 rounds. Now that is nice. Foxy has a crit up, especially for those units that you want to crit. That's not bad. Actually. Nice. All right, let's go fight this boss. Yeah, we need to get Alice though. Alice with that AP manipulation. We need that. Hope we can get her. Oh, basically Quinn is a replacement for Alice. That's so. Oh yeah, she basically is, because Alice gives the action bar push for 20% and then attack buff. So okay, I can see it kind of. Because Quinn gives, she pushes the enemy targets back 20%, and then she gives everybody a speed buff, and then gives herself a greater speed buff, and gives everybody attack. Oh, okay, so until I get Alice, then I have Quinn. It's an expensive Alice, but hey, it's fine. I'll take it. So then pretty much I can start farming. If I have a Alice alternative with Quinn, then I'm good. So then I just need to get Foxy. Okay, relax. Oh, come on. No, man. Dang it. Hold on. Oh, there was something about the supports here too. All right.
元気出せ。仕事の時間だ。狙いは
目障りです。
Now we can use one of these whenever we get there. Because auto doesn't automatically use that, which makes sense. It's fine. It's whatever.
生意気ですよ。このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。行きます。
かかってこいよ。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
行きます。
Time to skip through everything. Whoa, wait. So you can read the story in Codex? Oh, yeah. Then, yeah, it's
かかってこいよ。
hella Skip City then.
私は外さないよ。
Skip City.
少し。
そこだな。
お注射の時間ですよ。
どけ。集中爆撃だ。
行きます。撃て撃て。 これでよし。
So let me select it. Okay, there we go.
どけ。
So that's what they.
警戒。
少し痛い。
So it's not quite like the other one.
集中爆撃だ。
The Guardian one, of course, is what they're saying was the best.
ヒーリングモード全開。
Jeez.
これで敵は全滅ですね。指揮官もシリちゃんもすごい。
All right, there we go. Chapter 4, man. You said, what is EFF? Oh, I think it's effectiveness. Effectiveness. Because she does a lot of debuffs.
指揮官、新たな情報を受け取りました。
That's why,
特別行動のお知らせみたいですよ。
that's what they have it for. Most of the times, most games like they just want you to have a decent amount of effectiveness for your debuffers. Which, yeah, you already know that. I'll go through that later. Oh, that's what this is for. Okay. $1,800. Okay.
Oi, oi, miro yo, kono kakko. Kakkoi yo na.
All right, we got her to level 30. And then start upping her. Is she DPS? Then we have a green. We can take Dean off. Let's level up our healer too. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, we can just get a little bit more damage. Yo, she looks sick. That looks so fun. So that is Roko. Jeez. I love the color effects on her abilities. Nice, 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 nice. Ooh, right with the buff too. Got the heal. This should finish it up. Got it. I can't wait till we get to like farm. We just got after this chapter. Let's have chapter 5. We're getting through it.
狙いは不要。
これでよし。
That stamina though, it's gonna be it's gonna be terrible. Let's see, how do you? Oh wow. Sirocco is a PvE god for early game players. The poison mechanic allows you to cheese through Harpist Stage 9, Dark Stones, and many more. Rocco will be benched a few weeks after release as players are able to gear their units properly, but until then, Rocco remains one of the best PvE boss killers. Okay. But she's good for high level stages, just put speed hit on her. That's good though. Won't complain about a early easy unit. Oh, Kana's also good. Why? Kana's an interesting unit in that she's propped out of the blue and people were looking to build budget Centaur farm teams. What makes her unique is her S3, which will increase the skill cooldown of all her targets. This can make Centaur farming a breeze since she won't ever proc her S2 or S3 if done correctly. A fair number of bosses are blue and red. The elemental disadvantage her labor applies. Her S3 increase the cooldown. So you can increase bosses' skill cooldown. Just looking at these 3 stars, basically. Oh, Winnie. Winnie's supposed to be a decent early tank. Okay. Not bad, not bad. And then, let's see. Oh, okay, so the reason why people aren't seeing Go for Sure because Sure is not amazing until she get her unique equipment. She gets all that bruiser. So all I'm really missing, since I have Quinn is my 5-star Alice, right? All I'm really missing is just Sirius. Somebody, a really heavy damage green is what I'm missing. I'm fine with that. I'm literally fine with that. And right now I have, so I need to get Sinha, I need to get a really good green until I can get Sirius, basically. Alright, let's do some pulls. See what we get. Come on. Give like a purple right here. Nah. Alright, so temple. See, the game blesses us. Oh! Yo! This luck! Oh my god! There's no fucking way, bro. There's no way! Yo! Yo! Are you serious? I just got Shura! Wow. Another 4. Oh. Wow. Sick. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta. Yeah, Della is a tank. I think I read up on her earlier. Speed reduction, 50%. Oh wow, she has a lot going on. Hold up. Let me look up a summary of her. Oh, she's an S. Yeah, bro. Yo, so yeah, bro, I can't believe I pulled her. I wanted her too. I wanted her so bad. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm looking at her. She's good in PvP. Yo. And I got another 4. What's up, man? Yo. Alright, so let's read up on Shura. Like, yo, man. I literally have okay. I think I'm back. Okay. Good shit. Okay. As I was saying, so S2, you gain 30 energy points. Inflicts damage to 127% attack, plus 10% of your own max health to a single target. 100% chance of causing defense down to the target for 2 rounds. Wow, she does defense down. Well, there goes my defense down unit as a 5-star. So, okay. That's what I was going to use the 4-star for the 3-star, but I guess I have one. So when in Shura mode, triple armor shock ignores the target's resistance. When you kill the target, you gain additional 30 energy points. Wow. So on the ult, gain 80 energy points, cleanse self of debuffs, and enter Shura mode, inflicting damage equal to 143% attack plus 28% of own max health to a single enemy target and a cause attack down for 2 rounds. Your own skills gain energy points, and when you are attacked, it consumes 20 energy points. Shura mode. Enter Shura mode and skill effects will be improved. At the end of your own turn, consume 15 energy points. At the end of any character's turn, if own energy value is 0, Shura mode ends. And she's basically just stacks health into her. And her unique equipment, while in Shura mode, after taking damage, gain a barrier equal to 20% of missing health. Lasts for 2 rounds. Also while in Shura mode, Shura can't take more than 70% of her max health in damage. Wow, so she can't be bursted down. Wow. She's a bulky bruiser that can tank and deal damage. S2 into Shura mode ignores defense resist. Useful across all content early game. And then she's benched basically until her UE is released. Build her with speed and HP or speed and crit chance. Wow. Oh my god. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped though. Like the fact that I have. So yeah, Shura does defense down. So I mean, like she's a red, but that's fine. I still don't have a green, but I don't care. So I got Shura, Quinn, Ginga, and Morris. This luck. Done with rolling for today. Hey man, I wish I could bless you, bruh. I really do. Voice is cracking. Sorry, I really wish I could bless you, man. But like, honestly, I think I've been giving too much luck away. I think I'm gonna be a little selfish with my luck, man. I gotta be a little more selfish. Hold on. Is you're still Kacha, you're still trying to go for Alice, right? Or no, you're going for Sirius. You're going for Sirius, and you said if you didn't get Alice, you'd be fine. I think is what you said. I'm trying to remember. Oh, yo, we're at this point with the story where Quinn is here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I need to have a. I need a good. I honestly need a green DPS. Like, Roko's good, but like, she's also a debuffer, so I don't know like how long she can last. Because, like they said, like poison is just not as useful on some bosses, but we're still looking for early game, right? So, but so far, early game, I think I'll be fine. Oh yeah, and let me see.
ちょっと目障りですね。そこだな。奴らを破壊しろ。お注射の時間ですよ。
I still haven't added anybody.
生意気ですよ。生意気ですよ。
Gotta remember to add you guys.
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。メッセよ。
But I think
奴らを破壊しろ。少し痛い。
we unlock
メッセよ。ヒーリングモード全開。断射。
the guild function comes in at commander level 30. Okay, so still quite a ways away. And then raid bosses is at level 45. Whew. It seems so far away, but then again, it could literally be like next week, you know? Nice. I wonder if somebody like already has Sirius, like. Join the Discord for the game.
伏兵か。集中爆撃だ。行きます。撃て撃て。バシリスク撃て。
Alright.
ぶっ飛ばしてやる
How are we doing on this? Ooh, we're taking a little bit of damage. I don't know how long we're gonna be able to last. Honestly.
このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。いって
そこだな。
これでよし。
熱せよ。
エンジングチャリオット。勝ったぞ。ロコ、バシリス君、最高のコンビなのだ。
All right. Let's hope I can get Alice sometime. I don't know when. I don't know how. I just need the game to bless me.
これでよし。熱せよ。断捨。消毒の時間だ。少し痛い。
熱せよ。
刻んでやるなの。ヒーリングモード全開。よけろよけろ。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。伏兵か。
バシリスク撃て撃て撃て。奴らを破壊しろ。
集中爆撃だ。
ちょっと目障りですね。
Right.
行きます。奴らを破壊しろ。お注射の時間ですよ。生意気ですよ。
一体どこから。
Taking a bit of damage.
集中爆撃だ。狙いは不要。
熱せよ。バシリスク撃て。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。熱せよ。
I need gear. I definitely need gear. Just looking at
純正に耳を澄まして。
looking at everything.
お注射の時間ですよ。これでよし。
It's becoming more and more apparent.
行きます。刻んでやるなの。
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
熱せよ。
集中爆撃だ。
バシリスク撃て。私は外さないよ。いってー。生意気ですよ。いってー。よけろよ。
狙いは不要。先弾ぶち込め。
奴らを破壊しろ。
All right. Come on.
バシリスク撃て。生意気ですよ。
Really want to just keep the auto. Oh no 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 no! Is this my wall? I think we have the wall. Maybe.
奴らを破壊しろ。
Nope.
撃て撃て。
集中爆撃。
Yo. Awesome. But we're getting close.
私のところ
We're getting very close to our wall.
傷の手当てをしてあげます 無事帰還やりましたね。これこそが私の参加したい作戦。
We're gonna need some fodders for her. Oh, yo. Okay. And okay. So we just need to train up fodders, that way we can make what is it? Make our 4 stars into 5 stars. And then you said so Kasha, you said it's better to level her up here? I don't see the I don't have anything really to I did it on the other screen, but I didn't feel confident about it, I guess. But either way, we got her leveled up. Dang it. I did it again. Okay, wait. That way I don't do this again. Let me make sure I understand. So whenever okay, so maybe I'm just not understanding. So like I just promoted Roko to a 4-star. So you're saying when I'm wanting to promote a unit from a 4-star to a 5-star, I could have you can use their dupes, basically? Like I can use them to promote them from a 4-star to a 5-star, and then it'll still give the extra bonuses as well. Because like in Epic 7, it doesn't work that way. Okay. I wasn't exactly understanding how if it's a dupe. Okay, so then I won't bother with any more dupes. I know it took me a minute, but it's fine. It's not the worst. It's not like it's a super like crazy unit. It's 4. It'll show an icon. Okay, cool. Thankfully, it's a unit. It's not like somebody who's super meta, and it's just 4. But all right.
元気出せ。仕事の時間だ。そこだな。
これでよし。行きます。純正に耳を澄まして。お注射の時間ですよ。
伏兵か。
このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。
Here it is right here. If you use AG duplicates to limit break themselves, it also increases their rank equal to the amount of duplicates being used. Okay.
少し痛い。
Ah. Well, unfortunate, but
撃て撃て。バシリスク撃て。
again, not the worst unit for that to happen on. But if it happens again, we'll know.
少し痛い。これでよし。
狙いは不要。
熱せよ。奴らを破壊。熱せよ。
So I'll just save my dupes then, I guess, until I can promote that unit.
少し痛い。
伏兵か。
私は初か。
Max out my 3 stars.
集中爆撃だ。
奴らを破壊しろ。
So that means for my Morris, who I'll get tomorrow, we'll make sure that she's level 40 and then use her. Okay, makes sense.
ちょっと目障りですね。
Oh, Jesus.
ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。
Oh, no.
行きます。ヘッジングチャリオット。上属の時間だ。勘弁して。
Oh,
避
no.
けろ避けろ。私は外さないよ。
狙いは不要。
行きます。バシリスク撃て。
一体どこから。
避けろ避けろ。
集中爆撃だ。
Ooh.
私は外さないよ。少し痛い。勘弁して。バシリスク撃て。
集中爆撃だ。
行きます。
Yo! No!
少し痛い。ちょっと
Dang
目
it.
障りですね。
It's fine. I'll just progress to the story.
勝ったぞ。どこバシリスク最高のコンビなのだ。
Oh, man. Starting the trip. In a certain lane. Oh, so this is the event. Okay. All right. So I need to get experience stuff too. Dang. We haven't gotten anything. Okay, so that's where we get the skill ups. So how much longer do I have? Okay. So we have until tomorrow, which is for games like this, I have no idea. I gotta see how they want you to farm those. Oh, that wasn't even 410. It says we're over efficiency. Oh, no. We're way under. Wow. So we need to farm Shura's event as much as we can. So we'll do that. Hey, we're gonna be doing a lot of farming tonight. I'll probably be on tomorrow just farming this. What's tomorrow? Tuesday. I don't know if I'm gonna stream. I don't know when I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I might stream in the afternoon. I don't know. Because tomorrow, not even tomorrow, today, my game Smite has an update, so new character. These enemies are getting difficult. We're gonna have to start getting some gear. Oh, we're hitting a wall. Okay, we hit a wall. That's fine. That's completely okay. All right, let's see how far we can get. So best way to fight Centaur. One, let's upgrade our Shura. Ah, dang it. I hit the button. Who has gear? 4. Okay. We need level ups though. And when we can get our people's gear. I'm not gonna farm a bunch. I'm just gonna do it the one time that we have. I guess on the bonus or something. But I know I need gear. That's like obvious.
狙いは不要。ちょっと目障りですね。行きます。生意気ですよ。
Oh, dang it. Game wants a trip. Holy crap.
なぜ逃げる。
She looks beautiful. Sure is sick. Oh wow, that's a lot. Well then, I'll probably get my people leveled up then. Probably get everybody to 30. I don't know what I need for level 7. It'll probably need me to be at 50. Probably got to max. Probably have to max everybody out, honestly. Oh, is my phone max? Almost.
そこだな。勘弁して。生意気ですよ。伏兵か。これでよし。行きます。消毒の時間だ。このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。 熱よ。裏のバンカー。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。勘弁して。
Ooh, Anstra has that defense down too.
一体どこ。私は外さないよ。逃げるな。
Oh wow. All of her attacks look so cool. Sure looks amazing. Alright. Oh wow, that bonus is huge. That bonus was ridiculous. So then I guess, let me see, rank 30. I wonder if I can get up to rank 30 by tomorrow. It's a little bit of damage for one little measly unit. We're just gonna go ahead and beat these just to have it completed, right?
狙いは不要。これでよし。行きます。
That looks so cool.
少し痛い。このモリスがみんなの傷を治しましょう。メスよ。なぜ逃げる。ぶっ飛ばしてやんよ。少し。
Dang, she attacks fast. Where's she getting extra turns?
集中爆撃だ。逃げるな。少し痛い。ちょっと目障りですね。
All right. I'm gonna do this other one that has like a bunch of chances tonight. Okay. So the way we want to do it is we want to make sure that we have defense down. So all right, so we have that. We have her do the S2 on Ginga, which is in S1 position. All right. We should be fine. We should be able to do it. All right, yeah. Probably be finishing it up here soon. We've been streaming for a bit, honestly. I mean, we got to the end of chapter 4. We're almost on the ring of 5. So we're almost done with where we need to be at the story. Now we're just kind of just finishing up some stuff. So, dang, is it going to be messing up? Dang it. It's messing up. Well, I guess it's telling me to stop. Okay. After this one, we'll call it. But guys, it has been fun. It's been real. Artery Gear Fusion, it is a pretty fun game. It is Epic 7 to me. And I love a game that is just like Epic 7, honestly. So I'm going to be playing it a lot. If you guys want to see more of this content, go ahead and hit the follow on the channel. That way you guys can see me play more Artery Gear. Hopefully I can get some more luck tomorrow. I'll wait to do my summons. I want to make sure you guys see if I pull another 5-star. Because we're doing good. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. You lucky gamers.